something about that. But he obviously was concerned that it wasn't just a simple disarming process. It could be done without any trouble. So what I asked you, which you haven't quite answered yet, let me repeat the question. Did any of the generals there who were experienced in operations inquire, not necessarily for details, but inquire how the disarming was to be effected in a way which was not likely to lead to bloodshed?
Chair, as I've already indicated, the conversation about disarming and all those type of took place. Those type of details of whether there was inquiry, the plan we did not discuss. The modus operandi of disarming and whatever could have been a conversation, but I don't recall really specifically around that, because at that point in time, even your memory is not grasping that. It's a conversation trying to understand what is happening in the environment, what is going to be done, and what one can clearly say was that we supported and endorsed their plan to disarm the protesters.
Are you telling this commission that not one of those experienced generals, Masemola and Mavela from head office, all the other provincial commissioners, not one of them inquired whether there were any risks, raised a note of caution about the possibility of bloodshed, mentioned the furore that had arisen as a result of the killing of Mr. Tani? Did nobody raise any cautionary note at all about the risk of bloodshed? Is that what you're telling this commission?
That's not what I'm telling this commission, Chair. I'm saying
Are you
that
telling us then?
I have said, Chairperson, the issue of disarming the protesters was discussed. The detail of what was asked, I don't have it, Chairperson. I don't have it in my head recorded in that narrative sense that you are asking from me. The issue of disarming the protesters was discussed and was endorsed. But what you are asking of me is to have that photographic memory of saying what happened. I don't have it.
And I'm afraid I'm not communicating to you properly what interests me. Perhaps I must ask again. I wouldn't have thought that the risk of bloodshed, the risk of death in the course of the operation would have been simply described as a detail which doesn't have to be considered further. It wasn't. That wouldn't have been a detail. That surely would have been a fundamental matter which should have been considered by people asked to endorse the proposal, asked to make resources available so that the proposal could be implemented. Now, are you saying it wasn't discussed? It was simply a detail that could be disregarded? Surely that's not what you're telling us.
Chairperson, I think to say simply a detail, it's taking it light. I'm not taking anything light. We had a very serious discussion, and we considered the proposal that was being put on the table. As to whether it was us in the fashion that you are putting it, I am saying I cannot recall in that detail. That's what I'm saying, Chair.
Oh, I see. All right. Now, you see, there's a further problem about that. It wasn't just a simple POPs disarm and disperse operation, because we know, and you knew at the time, that a significant number of TRT people, NIU people, and STF people were present and were taking part in the operation. Is that correct?
Yes, Chair.
All right. So I can understand routine disarmament. I can understand routine disarmament and dispersal operations. Those you don't go into detail, that follows the ordinary course. But this was, everyone concedes, a unique event in South African policing history. This was a problem, to be fair, one's got to be aware of that all the time. This was, some people have said that the police failed because it was something they'd never experienced before, and in a sense, one can understand that and sympathize with that. But this wasn't a routine thing. This was, since 1994, this was this most important disarmament operation of the kind that the police had ever taken part in. Isn't that correct?
It is very correct, Chair.
There had already been problems, very serious controversy arising because of the death of one person, Mr. Tani. So if this operation had involved the death of even a dozen strikers, that would have been regarded as a very serious matter, wouldn't it?
I agree, Chair.
Now, surely someone of these experienced people who was there must have raised up his hand and said, let's be careful, let's just look at it objectively and carefully to make sure that nothing doesn't go badly wrong. Are you saying none of them did that?
Chairperson, I have tried to give my position on that one, and I want to also indicate that we should recall that as we were meeting, there was a whole setup that was managing the operation there. As you've already indicated in your earlier question to me, General Mbokmo talks about very skilled people in operations that are meeting to manage the operation in Rustenburg, as we're sitting here in Midrand. You mentioned the issue of General Mpembe talking to other people. As we talk around this briefing, around this situation, around resourcing, there's a team that is managing what is happening on the ground, Chairperson. And that backdrop is very important because we are comfortable as leaders that there are people who are managing what is taking place, who are taking feedback, who are listening, who are endorsing, because the nitty-gritties of the plan is sitting where the operation is taking place.
Yes, well, we'll deal with that matter in a moment, but I'm not interested in whether you knew the nitty-gritty, as you put it. I'm interested in, as I've told you, I'm trying to find out what happened in the course of discussion, because it was a very, very important discussion, as it turned out. Now, the fact that the proposal was endorsed by this meeting, the fact that the people there all agreed to make resources available as required, surely means that they cannot evade responsibility and say, we knew about the plan, we said, sure, go ahead, we endorse it, we'll make resources available, but if it goes wrong because it was managed badly or it was defective in the planning, that's nothing to do with us. Surely there comes a time when responsibility must rest with those people at that meeting as well. They can't just say, well, the people on the spot, they must carry the can, they're responsible for what happened. You people endorsed the proposal, agreed to make resources available, you cannot surely evade responsibility. Now, not to be fair to you, I didn't suggest that you were saying that. But if it's correct that they had the responsibility, and would have had the responsibility, I must tell you, I would have expected at least one or two of them to have said, hang on a second, let's just interrogate this proposal. Let's just see it doesn't go badly wrong and leave us with terrible problems and responsibility for something that we don't want to happen. You're saying you can't remember anybody doing that?
Chairperson, I think I've indicated that the details of the discussion, unfortunately my mind doesn't take me that far. The discussions around the plan to encircle and to disarm those people, there was a discussion about disarming those people. But the detail, Chairperson, as you are asking me to respond to, I am not able to give that detail.
Well, you and I think, will have to agree to disagree on the question of whether I'm asking you about detail or something else. But anyway, I asked you what you said. Can you remember what you said? Not the whole thing, obviously, but can you give us a sort of 1 or 2 sentence summary of what you said?
What I said was that we are gathered to get feedback from General Mbombo, briefing on what is happening in Marikana, because it was a situation that was concerning all of us. She gave us that feedback. She shared with us what their plans are in terms of disarming the protesters, because it's an issue for us to say, how do you manage a public order situation where people are armed the way they are armed, because it makes it difficult for you to do your normal work. And then because there were needs for more people, the numbers that you're talking about, 3,000 people at the copy, and every day those processes, we were talking about how we're going to give additional support in terms of water cannons, additional people, all those type of issues, and when they can be released to go and give support.
There was a further aspect about this situation which made it unprecedented. In the run-up to the events of the 16th, we know that 10 people had died, 3 strikers and 7 others. Now that also indicated a number of things, didn't it? Amongst other things, it indicated the kind of people you were dealing with. people who didn't hesitate, according to the information you had, to murder others because they were participating in an unprotected strike. You must have known that, surely.
Yes, I do.
You were dealing with people who were likely to put up a fight, who were in possession of dangerous weapons, in fact, some firearms also. So the chances of managing this operation without bloodshed, even on a relatively large scale, were quite great, weren't they?
True, Chairperson.
With no one sound you say you can't remember anyone signing a cautionary note on that. That would have been a detail that wouldn't have stayed in your mind. Is that what you're telling us?
That would have, because I said it was a difficult situation, Chairperson. The armed protesters and all that history would have influenced our discussions, because we wanted to understand the disarming, and we knew that they have to be disarmed because we all can already see that there are other deaths, there's violence in this protest. And this is why we wouldn't have mobilized anybody if there wasn't a need to give support. We mobilized because we were noticing the issues that you are mentioning as an organization.
Now, who raised these points? We know that the senior officer in charge of operational responses was present at your meeting, is that right?
Yes, senior officers.
General Annandale, Major General Annandale, was at Marikana, but his immediate superior was at your meeting.
Correct, Chair.
Was that General Masimano or General Mawela?
General Mawela, Chair.
Did he open his mouth? Well, we know he spoke at the meeting because the Provincial Commissioner told us that. What did he say?
I don't recall, Chair. We spoke as a team. You are asking me for the details that I cannot be able to say to you. Riah said this one said. I'm not able to say. I know we had a discussion.
Yes. All right. This was a very important meeting, we know that.
I do say yes.
Skeletal minutes were kept.
I beg your pardon?
Very skeletal minutes were kept. There were no note made of who said what during the debate. That's not available to us. It's the practice normally to tape record meetings, but we've tried to get hold of a tape. As I say, we've run into a brick wall about that. There's a debate whether there was a tape, but we don't have to. I don't have to debate that with you. But you can't tell me what General Mawela said. Can you remember what General Masimolo said?
I don't recall.
And I won't go through them all, but there's one person I'm interested in particularly, and that's Major General Petros. Lieutenant General Petros. He was the Provincial Commissioner Gauteng. He'd actually been to Marikana with you on the Monday. And he'd spoken to the members of the SAPS who were there, and also been present, I think, when you spoke to Lonmin. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, sure.
Did he take part in the discussion?
He probably did because he was part of that meeting, but I would not recall what he said.
I see. All right. Now, I just want to get one thing clear. I think it's implicit in what you're saying. But I just want to get one thing clear. I think it's implicit in what you've said already. Just want to make sure I don't misunderstand you. Are you seriously suggesting that the meeting endorsed the proposal without knowing what the details of the operation were?
That is not my response to you, Chair.
What is your response?
My response to you is that we were briefed about the situation. We were advised about the action that was going to take place. There were engagements, but I cannot recall in detail terms what the engagement, what the responses and the inputs were. And we also discussed resourcing. Like right now, Chair, I won't be able to tell you unless I go to the records to say who gave the water cannon and how many people came from where. It's what I'm saying to you, Chair, that detail is not quite what is in my head. And because we didn't record, I'm not able to say, Phiyega said this, Mawela said. I'm not able to say that.
My understanding is the water cannon had already been arranged, but... Sorry? Yes, one extra water cannon came on Thursday. Anyway, that's a detail I think it's fair for me to ask you about. But what I want to know from you is, I'm not interested in details, but did anybody ask for some kind of assurance that the risk of bloodshed had been adequately considered and that measures were in place to ensure that if there was bloodshed, it would be kept to the minimum?
Chairperson, that detail, as I say, I'm not able to say yes or no to, because I'll be doing some injustice, because you would want me to say who was saying that. I don't know. That discussion must have taken place, because we're discussing this disarming and whatever. I'm not able to give those pedantic details, Chairperson.
Well, I want to make 2 points to you. One is not a pedantic detail. The second point is that you wouldn't be doing an injustice to the person who raised the problem. You'd be doing the opposite. But you can't help me on that. All right? Now, the next thing I want to ask you about, the next topic I want to ask you about, is something that occurred at Roots, or more accurately, what didn't occur at Roots. Was the fact that this decision that we're talking about, the endorsement of the proposal, the undertaking to make extra resources available, was discussed for up to an hour at your meeting on the Wednesday, before the shootings on the Thursday. Was that fact mentioned at all at the meetings at Roots?
I don't understand your question, Chair. Can you repeat your question?
Yes, of course. We were told in the course of the sittings of the Commission that any previous evidence that we'd heard which indicated the decision was taken to proceed to the operational option on the Thursday was no longer the SAPS case. And the SAPS case now was the decision was taken on the Wednesday night by the Provincial Commissioner, and it was endorsed at this meeting. That's what we were told here. Now, what I want to know from you is the fact that there was this discussion at the extraordinary session of the NMF, or the ad hoc meeting of those left behind, whatever phrase you want to use, and this proposal was endorsed and undertakings were given to make additional resources available. Was that mentioned at all? Was that disclosed to the participants in the Roots conference?
Chairperson, I think maybe let me just step back. I have already indicated that at the source in Rustenburg, there are people who are operating, who are planning. I take it that the commander of the province would then have feedback to those that she is working with. At Roots, the disclosure, I don't know, I don't understand the question you're asking to say, was it disclosed at Roots? Because that support would have already been part of the operations that are taking place in the province the following day.
Well, I don't know why you can't understand the question, but I must accept the blame for not asking it with sufficient clarity. We know that, because the Provincial Commissioner told us this, that she did tell General Annandale, and she did tell General Mpembe, and she did tell General Naidu. That she told us. And she told them that very evening. She phoned them after the meeting. But a number of the people who took part in the operation were asked about that. They said they didn't know about the decision on the Wednesday night, including Colonel Scott. Said he didn't know about it. Heard about it much later. So the question I'm asking you is, was it disclosed at Roots, as far as you're aware? Obviously, you weren't at all the sessions of Roots. You attended some of them, I understand. But as far as you're aware, was that decision, endorsement of that proposal, whatever expression you want to use, was that disclosed to the people at Roots, in your presence, to your knowledge?
Chairperson, Roots, you mean an after-the-fact meeting? Is that what we're talking about?
There was a meeting that you had that took place in Roots that took place over several days. I've got an idea it was about 3 weeks, but I may be wrong on that, at which the SAPS presentation before the Commission was being compiled, put together, okay, which is Exhibit L. And the evidence is that, in fact, you saw Exhibit L before it was finalized. Do you agree with that?
Yes, Chair.
Right. Now, that was what was going on at Roots. There were people who were involved in the various aspects of the operation. They went into separate sessions. They then came to a plenary session and there were report backs, and Colonel Visser, I think it was responsible for recording what was said. It was a lengthy process designed to prepare the SAPS case before this commission. So now you know what you reminded what Roots was. And you were there some of the time and you saw the draft of L before it was finalized, Exhibit L, SAPS presentation. Now what I want to know is, to your knowledge, was the fact that this matter was discussed at the meeting on the Wednesday night and this decision was taken, this proposal was endorsed, agreement was made to make resources available, was that communicated to anybody at Roots, to your knowledge, in your presence or even in your absence if we were told about it later? The answer to that is either yes or no.
Chair, the import of the question you're asking is that post the discussion we would have had with General Mbombo, surely she would have discussed it with the generals or the people that are in charge of the operation in the province. And that would have been around the 15th or the 16th. Roots is after the fact. So I wouldn't see discussion of that as a disclosure. It would be a continuation of discussion, but I'm not even sure whether, that matter, I wouldn't recall whether we were discussing it as a disclosure or as a matter for information. It would have been a matter of fact, because those that operated would have known that we met on the 15th and on the 16th the operation continued. So it wouldn't be a new thing in Roots.
So it sounds to me, I hope I won't be accused of unfairly summarizing your answer. Firstly, you don't like the word disclosure because you think it wasn't necessary to disclose it because it had been disclosed certainly to General Annandale and General Mpembe and General Naidu on either the evening of the 15th or on the 16th.
Because, Chair, it wasn't a secret.
Yes, no. But what you're also telling me is that you cannot say that it was even discussed in your presence at the Roots meeting, Roots conference. I think that's a fair summary of what you said. You agree with me?
I'm not sure, Chair, whether it was discussed on that day when I was at Roots.
All right. Now, you also said, however, that you saw Exhibit L before it was finalized.
Yes, Chair.
Did you, I take it you gave your approval to what was in it? If there's been something in it that you didn't like, you'd have said so. Or something that was left out that you thought should have been put in, you'd have said so too. Is that fair?
If there's something left out, yes, I would have said so. And it would have been a document that could be improved or be done other things.
Yes, I know that, but I mean, it was actually shown to you before it was finalized, wasn't it? It wasn't just for interest's sake, I take it. So you could come with inputs. You can say, that's wrong, or that something is important that you haven't mentioned. You could have done that, couldn't you?
It is true. If I've seen something else, I would have said.
Right. So clearly, by implication, you approved it.
Chairperson, to say I approved it, it's approval and endorsing are two different things.
All right, well, let me then put the question in the negative. You didn't disapprove it.
I did not disapprove
Right.
it.
Okay, that's enough for me. Now, there's no mention in Exhibit L of the meeting on the Wednesday night, of the decision taken, the proposal was endorsed, the agreement to make resources available. Why was that?
But Chair, I've already said earlier on when you asked me to say that type of feedback would have been given to the operating people, and General Annandale and General Mpembe would have known about feedback from General Mbombo. So for me, it wouldn't have been a new thing to be included or to be excluded. If it's an omission, it's an omission.
Yes, I understand that. It's very nice that General Annandale and General Mpembe and General Naidu knew about it. It wasn't so nice that the Commission didn't know about it, and the Commission wasn't told about it. And it only came to light somewhere after a considerable amount of time had elapsed in the course of the sessions of this Commission. But so now I ask you again, you, as the National Commissioner, was shown the presentation before it was finalized, did not consider it appropriate for something to be put in that presentation which alerted this Commission to the fact of the meeting on the Wednesday night and the decision that was taken, the proposal was endorsed and so forth. Can you explain that?
Chairperson, what I can say to you is that it was never a secret, never intended to be one. If it's an omission, it was an omission.
I hope you won't take umbrage if I say that it certainly appeared to be a secret to us until it came out at a later stage. But I see it's now 10:30. I suggest we take the first comfort break at this stage, and I have a few more questions for you when we resume.
Thank you.
15 minutes.
You.
Fine. Oh, thanks. Thank you.
Commission resumes. National Commissioner, you're still under oath. We were busy with the Exhibit L, and the fact that it doesn't mention this meeting on the decision and so on the Wednesday night. And you seem to think that the fact that General Mpembe knew about it and General Annandale knew about it was enough, it wouldn't be a secret. But I'll give you an opportunity again because I don't understand your answer. Can you suggest any reason why that meeting and the decision was not communicated to this commission?
Chairperson, I do not think that the non-communication could have been an omission, but I don't think that it was anything untoward, avoiding any other thing, and that would be my submission to this commission.
Yes, thank you. Now, you see, not only was it not mentioned in Exhibit L, I understand it wasn't part of the police hard drive either. The police made the hard drive available, all the material that they considered relevant to our work. It didn't contain that either. I take it you don't know whether that was done or not.
Your question again, Chair?
Well, you see, in addition to Exhibit L, which is the police presentation, which we discussed before the comfort break, the police also provided us with what we've called the police hard drive, which contained all the documents which they thought would be relevant to us in our work. See? And that didn't contain anything about that meeting, it didn't contain the minutes and so forth. I take it you can't tell us why that was so. It wouldn't be fair for me to ask you that. Am I correct?
Chairperson, I think in the spirit of sharing documentation between the organization and the commission, that has been ongoing. Any outstanding issue that was asked for, we would go and search for that and make it available. As I've said, Chairperson, I do not believe that there was anything untoward in terms of that matter. And when we were requested to do so, we did submit.
We had to know about it before we could ask about it. And anyway, but that's not a matter I need to debate with you further. I'll put the point to you. Now, I want to ask you something else. You remember that when the commission was appointed, you gave an undertaking, I take it I can fairly call it a solemn undertaking, on behalf of the SAPS, to cooperate fully with the Commission. Is that, is my recollection correct?
You are very correct, Chair.
Would you agree with me that the fact, whether it was an omission, is something that can be considered later separately, but would you agree with me that in fact the failure to tell us anything about that meeting on the Wednesday night, so we had to hear about it from independent source before we knew to ask the questions we did, that the failure to do that doesn't square with the implementation of the promise of full cooperation?
I do not agree with you, Chair, because as I've already indicated, it could have been an omission, and when we were needed to submit, we did so, Chair. Yes. So I would not agree with you that we were not cooperating with the Commission.
But we had to know about it before we could ask for it. And we only heard about it through an independent source. But anyway, I won't debate that with you further. You now seriously stating that we would be in error if we were to find that the failure to mention that meeting and the decision to us was not something which could be regarded as falling short of the obligation of full cooperation which rests on the police. We'd be wrong if we were to find that. Is that what you say?
Yes, Chair, you would be wrong, because it remains our commitment to fully cooperate with this Commission.
Let's move on to another matter. The police expert, Mr. Derova, gave evidence last week, and I want to ask you a number of questions about what he said and his role. Was the fact that this meeting took place and this decision was made originally disclosed to Mr. Derova as part of his briefing?
I do not recall, Chair, but I don't believe that it was necessary even to go into those details, because he was looking at everything and he would have found it, because it was never a hidden thing, in our opinion.
Where would he have found it?
In his engagement with the organization.
But where?
In his engagement with those that were participating. He would have engaged with General Mbombo, he would have engaged with General Annandale, he would have engaged with any other person, and those issues would be part and parcel of the discussions.
Well, I must tell you that he told us that it was, to use his word, divulged to him by a third party over a cup of coffee, as he put it. And he then subsequently raised it with you and Generals Annandale and Mpembe. Does that surprise you that it was only divulged to him by a third party over a cup of coffee, and he then had raised it after that it had been so divulged? Does that surprise you? Wouldn't you have expected that to have been part of the basic instructions that he received?
It would surprise me, Chairperson, because the divulging suggests that there is conspiracy, there is a secret, and I'm on record, and I'm putting it again on record. There was never a secrecy around that matter.
All right. Now, I want to ask you about some further matters which flow from Mr. Derova's evidence. Now, he gave us evidence on Friday that he was of the view that a decision of this nature, that's the decision taken on the Wednesday night, must have been preceded by an instruction from the executive. And he said that he raised that with you. Is that correct? To be fair, he didn't say that he had definite information that there was such an instruction. He said he would have expected it, and he said what would have happened in his own country and so forth. So he was firmly of the view that a decision of this magnitude could never have been taken simply either by the Provincial Commissioner alone, or even by the Provincial Commissioner backed or endorsed by all the other provincial commissioners and yourself and General Masemola and General Mawela. And he said he raised that with you. Is that correct? Did he raise it with you?
I don't recall that.
Surely you remembered if he'd raised something like that?
No, I don't recall that, Chair.
But that would have been a startling proposition, would it not?
I'm surprised that this issue is being raised in this man. I don't recall him talking to me about political decisions, executive decisions raised at a particular... I don't recall that conversation.
Because he says that he did raise it with you. He clearly remembers it. or says he does. And when I asked him, well, what reply did you give? He said, well, it was a diplomatic reply. That was his phrase. So I then said, what does it mean? And then I said, would it be fair to describe it as could it be described as an evasive reply? And he said, yes. So what I want, obviously it doesn't seem as if you can help us. If you can't remember that he raised it with you, you won't remember what reply you gave and whether it was diplomatic or evasive or whatever it was. Is that fair?
Chair, I think the important thing for me, because I was not privy to that engagement with Mr. De Rover, what would assist me is to know, what did he ask? What did he say I responded to? Is he able to give us those details so that I can understand what this evasiveness and this diplomacy is? Because you can't just say something is diplomatic if you don't have the details thereof. I would appreciate to be privy of that detail and the conversation so that I can apply my mind to that.
Let me give you the detail that I can recall from what he said. He said he didn't believe that a decision of this magnitude could have been made by the police themselves. He would have expected, and he said that this was based on his understanding of what happens in other countries, that it could never have been done unless there was an executive order to that effect. And he also said an order from the judiciary. Well, I think the position of the judiciary in Holland is different from ours, so we can disregard that. Anyway, that's what he said. And then he said he raised it with you, and he raised it with some of the generals as well. And I asked him, I can't remember, I asked him, he said, and he gave the answer, that he raised it with you, and the answer he got from you, he said, was a diplomatic one. So we endeavored to interrogate that answer further. And I then said to him, was it an evasive answer? And he said, yes. Now, that's why I ask you the question. Firstly, did he raise it with you? If he didn't raise it with you, the point falls away. I understand you say you can't remember whether he did or didn't. Which is, so if you can't remember if he did it, I take it follows you can't remember what answer you gave if he did ask you. Is that fair?
Chairperson, let me deal with the issues that you've raised with me one by one. One, you indicate in the statement that you are putting to me to consider as an answer that Mr. De Rover talks about instruction from the judiciary. You overrule, you say the judiciary, because of how we are structured, couldn't be from the judiciary. He puts in the executive. In a similar vein, these are presuppositions. Judiciary, executive, evasive, diplomatic. I don't even have the sentence or the response that I've given so that I can assess it for its evasiveness and diplomacy. I don't recall. If at least he has said so, I would be very interested, Chair, in looking at what response, what did he say I said that is diplomatic and invasive?
Well, before we get there, he said he raised it with you. And I must confess I was startled when he gave the evidence. And I also must put to you, I would have expected you to have been startled, surprised, whatever word would be appropriate, if such a question were put to you. I'm surprised. Obviously, this is a prima facie view. I may be wrong, but I must tell you, I find it strange that you can't remember such a question being put to you if it was put. But I understand your evidence to be you can't remember whether he asked you that question, so he may have done. Is that fair?
Chairperson, I'm startled by this. I don't remember.
All right. You don't remember his raising it. So therefore, you obviously can't help us to know what answer you gave if he did raise it. That's also fair. There's no point in investigating it further. Is that right?
Chair, Mr. De Rover was here. I'm sure he should have said what I said. And then I would respond to that.
All right. Anyway, difficult for you to respond to if you can't remember the discussion. Anyway, that's just a comment which I shouldn't have made. Now, the next point I want to raise with you is this. Mr. De Rover told us that he advised you in February or March 2013, when he came here and had discussions with various members of the SAPS, he advised you that the use of R5 rifles in public order policing operations, whether by POP units or by other units, was totally unacceptable for reasons which he explained and which he said were internationally recognized. And he said he advised you that the use of R5 rifles in those operations of the POP of a public order policing nature, whether by POP members or other units, should be discontinued immediately. Now, the first question is, did he give you that advice?
Chair, Mr. De Rover has given us many advices, and he's also advised us on issues of R5s.
What advice did he give you on R5s?
As you summarize it, that's what he said to us, Chair.
What he told us was something that he may not have told you. He said one of the reasons, the main reason, and a couple of others as well, but the main reason, as I understood him, was why an R5 is totally inappropriate for an operation of this kind, is because if you fire it, the bullet fired will continue in the horizontal path for, I think he said, was it 600 meters. So he said the problem is, in fact, we had a problem in this case, which I'll tell you about in a moment. So if you fire an R5 at someone who's 5 meters away and you miss him, unless you know what's behind him for 595 meters, there's the danger that some innocent person will be killed or seriously injured. In fact, the evidence seems to indicate that happened here. There was one person who wasn't a striker, according to what we've been told. He was a nephew of a striker. He went to take his uncle his lunch on the Kopi. He was coming back afterwards when other people were going to the west. This was part of the explanation given, I think, but it's not actually evidence. But his body was found over 200 meters behind to the right of the Kopi at scene 1. And it seems clear that he was killed by a bullet that was presumably fired at one of the people at scene 1, near the kraal, missed the person at whom it was fired, went on for another 200 meters and killed him. So that's the kind of problem that you have if you use R5s in public order policing operations. Now, did he mention that to you, or did he simply tell you what you've already agreed with, that it's not appropriate for that kind of operation, and that's the international situation? Did he give you the specific point I put to you now?
No, Chair.
Right. May I ask you this? As we sit here today, are R5 rifles still used in public order operations?
Yes, Chair.
Is it correct that even POP members, who are normally armed with non-lethal things like shotguns that fire rubber balls and tear gas and stun grenades and so forth, is it correct, though, that in every unit of the POP there's one person who has an R5?
It is true, Chair.
In the light of the advice you got in February or March 2013, do you accept that it is irresponsible to proceed with the use of weapons of that kind in operations of the sort we've discussed?
I don't accept that it is irresponsible, Chair, because...
Why not? Why not?
I'm going to explain. Because, Chair, the use of weapons, instruments by police takes into account the level of threat there is at any given time. And it is important for us as police to ensure that police are equipped to be able to manage the threat that would have been assessed by the police adequately. And it is also true, Chair, that as you look at our 262, it shows that graduation of use of different equipment at any given time. For now, Chairperson, the R5s remains. We are looking at additional research to look at what other less lethal weapons we can use. And as and when we get there, we have an MOU with CSIR that is assisting us to do so. So when we get to a point where we're able to get a less lethal weapon that we can use in terms of the continuum of responding to threats that we've evaluated, we shall do so. What the rover did is to give us an advice, and we have a big basket that is taking all these advices, including what is going to come out of this commission, and on the basis of the chairperson, we will be able to respond as the police.
Do you know whether R5 rifles have been used in POP operations or public order policing operations, never mind about POP units, since August 2012, between then and now?
Can you ask the question again, Chair?
Yes, certainly. Do you know whether R5 rifles have been used in any public order policing operations, whether by POP units or by other units, since the killings on the 16th of August 2012? In other words, from then until now.
I have already responded, Chair, to say R5 rifles for now remain used by the police.
POP unit, even POP unit people have hand arms. They have 9mm pistols, don't they? Those are lethal, aren't they?
It is true, Chair.
Now, there are other problems related to R5, not only the one I mentioned. Did you know that the bullets disintegrate if they hit someone and they enter the body? They normally disintegrate, causing particularly inappropriate damage, very high prospect of fatal injury, even if it hits someone in the leg. Did you know that? That's the evidence we've had. Did you know that?
I have been informed likewise, Chair.
You were prepared to run that risk, were you?
Chair?
You've been prepared, since you got that advice, to run the risk that would happen, that even if someone was shot in the leg, which is possibly an appropriate place to shoot if in a POP operation you don't want to kill. But,
Chair,
but because an R5 has been used, the chances of that person sustaining fatal injuries, even in that kind of situation, are significantly greater than they are if a weapon such as a 9mm pistol is used. Yes, he also said if you're hit in the arm, there's a an R5 bullet, you have a very strong chance of losing the arm. Anyway, you're prepared to run the risks of increased chances of injury by the use of R5s, and you've been prepared to do that since you got that advice. Is that your evidence?
Chairperson, my response to you that I said earlier on, which I shall repeat, is that R5s have been part and parcel of deployment based on the levels of threat. I'm also on record, and I'm putting it again on record, that we are in the process of evaluating our armaments and to ensure that we can get less lethal weapons that we can use, and part of that evaluation that we're having with CSIR would include R5s, and the recommendations that are going to come from this commission, the advices that we've received, will all be taken into account, and on the basis of that, Chairperson, certainly we shall consider how we deal with the issues going forward.
Thank you for that assurance. But I'm still puzzled why R5s are necessary. What's wrong with R1s?
Chair, I'm very reticent to state for the record what the legal framework, which I take it, Chair, you clearly understand. That the legal framework for public order policing in terms of 262 puts at the highest level of force that can be used to being a rubber ball. It does not entail that the presence of the R5 follows that it would be used in public order management. It clearly says that 262, you would go that way if in law you are entitled to use that weapon in self and private defense.
I know that. I'm concerned with R5s. That's why the question I asked was, what's wrong with an R1? And R1 hasn't got the extra characteristics of R5s, which I've summarized to you. I can understand there will be situations where members of the service would be placed in a position where they have to defend themselves with their colleagues. I understand that. And I understand that lethal force sometimes has to be used. I'm not even questioning that. I'm concerned about why R5s. You see, I was going to tell you something else about R5 you may not know. Not only is there a greater chance, according to the evidence, of the person receiving a serious injury or even a fatal one, but the bullet, as I've said, disintegrates. And one of the problems we have in this commission is the ballistic evidence doesn't tell us who killed which particular shotist, killed which particular deceased. It's not possible at all to say, on the basis of ballistic evidence, who fired the bullet at the person who particularly deceased who died. This is another unhappy circumstance. But the question I ask you is, why R5s as opposed to R1s? That's the question. What's the answer to that?
Chairperson, my response once more is that indeed this commission is going to be making recommendations to us. We will take those recommendations into account with all the other advisors and the research inputs that we're going to receive. At this point in time, it would be remiss of me to make a statement such as this one without considering every other thing that we're being advised on.
Well, the record will show that I asked you specifically why R5s rather than R1s, and you haven't given me the answer, but I won't press the point any further. Now, the next thing I want to ask you is this. Mr. De Rover told us that you told him that you were critical of the operation. Is that so?
I'm not sure what he said, but I have said in this commission that the outcome of this whole exercise remained a serious concern for me as the National Commissioner, as it is to everybody in this country.
You didn't go any beyond that in criticizing the operation. So he's wrong when he tells us that you were critical of the operation. Am I correct?
I'm not in a position to say he's wrong, he's right. Chairperson, I don't know what he said to you.
No, I tell you what he said. He said you were critical of the operation. That's why I want to know, is that correct? And then the follow-up question, which I may as well give you now, is if you were critical of the operation, in what respects were you critical? What did you criticize about the operation?
Chairperson, I did already say now that the outcome of that operation remains a sore thumb in my heart, and I believe in the hearts of many, and this is why we are gathered here. And part of the issues will be coming up in some of the things that we picked up as lessons to be learned, things that we're starting to deal with and correct. I've already mentioned one now to say we're looking at research, non-lethal weapons. It's a number of things. So it's those type of things, and I think in our lessons learned, they would be adequately covered.
I want to go back for a moment to the management forum, the meeting on the Wednesday night. The two things I want to ask you about that. The first is, I've told you about a problem in getting access to any tapes which record this discussion of about an hour, which would be very helpful to us to see what exactly were the bases of the decisions that were made. But do you have assistants who attend meetings with you and make notes?
Yes,
of discussions?
Yes, I do, Chair.
Were any notes made by any of your assistants during the discussion that we're talking about?
We didn't take minutes of that. We just did an excerpt of what came out.
Yeah, no, I know that, but that's not the question I'm asking you. There was a brigadier who was responsible for taking the minutes.
Correct.
And there's a problem about the actual memory stick that was used, which recorded the earlier parts of the meeting when everybody was there, and the evidence leaders want to know whether on that original memory stick there's signs of anything having been recorded thereafter. But that's apparently been lost. She, in her custody, and we've hit a brick wall as far as that's concerned. But I'm not busy with that. It's very unfortunate that we haven't got a tape recording, but if there isn't one, we'll have to do the best we can. But I asked you a different question. I said, do your assistants take notes, never mind the official minutes, take notes of things that are discussed? Not necessarily full enough for the purposes of compiling minutes, but do they take notes of things that are being discussed? I understood you to say they do. Or did I perhaps misunderstand you?
They do take notes in formal meetings, because this was an extraordinary meeting. We didn't take notes for it.
No notes were taken at all?
Yeah.
Even though there was a discussion for up to an hour involving various people, no notes were taken?
We didn't take notes for this meeting.
I see. All right. Now, the next thing I want to ask you is, the last point about this, I think I touched to some extent, but I just want to make sure I've dealt with it fully. Did General Mbombo, Provincial Commissioner Mbombo, at any stage explain to those of you at the meeting the answer to the question that's been worrying us since the Commission began, namely, why Thursday, the 16th? The evidence indicates, and she in fact said in the discussion that she had with the people at Lonmin at the time when you spoke to her on the telephone on the Tuesday, that she'd arranged for people and told them that they had, I think you said, until the weekend. So as far as what she told her people, and we also know that she'd budgeted for the full week. So was there any pressing reason why this operation had to be mounted on the Thursday that she communicated to you or any of you?
Not that I know of, Chair.
Right, thank you. I now want to move to another topic, and that is, we know that a review panel was appointed. A member of it was Brigadier Mkunazi, and Colonel Hunter, and I think there were 3 others. Mr. Ali was the secretary, I think, of the panel. We only heard about this panel during the cross-examination of Colonel Scott by Mr. Shaskerson. I can give you the reference, but it won't mean anything to you. But that only appeared on day 136. This commission had been sitting for 136 days before we learnt that this review panel existed. Now, we've been given a copy of what's described somewhat contradictorily as the final interim report of the panel. And it says it's Exhibit LL 11. And it says its purpose is to provide you with an overview on policies, the unique challenges as far as public order policing is concerned, weaknesses, lessons learnt during the implementation of the SAP's operational strategy in the policing situation in Marikana. In other words, it's pointed specifically to go into what happened in Marikana and to advise. And we've had evidence about it, and there were various people who took part in the operation, gave evidence, and were questioned by members of the panel. Now, you were asked specifically in cross-examination by Mr. Nsibeza about the panel. I take it you knew about the panel because it was to advise you. Is that right?
Yes.
And its report was given to you because it was one of its purposes was, its main purpose was to provide you with an overview on policies and recommendations and so forth. That's correct?
Correct.
Yes. Mr. Nsibeza questioned you on the 76th day of this commission about the panel, whether there was such a panel, and you said that such a panel did not exist. You were asked whether there was a review, and you said there wasn't. Now, I don't understand that. That seems to be in contradiction to the evidence we subsequently heard 60 days later, that this panel did exist and did hold sittings and made recommendations. Now, can you explain that? Why you gave the answer that I mentioned, that I stated to you, which you gave to Mr. Nsibeza when he cross-examined you?
Chairperson, I think what is important is that preparation for this commission took a lot of forms, and it was necessary for anyone who was going to come to this commission to prepare themselves. And I wouldn't have found it odd for me to ask anybody to assist me to do that, to prepare, to review, to assess, and give me input to be able to give, on behalf of the service, a response to questions that would have been asked. If that question was asked and I answered that way, it wouldn't have been for misrepresentation. It could have been maybe just a memory issue for myself at the time.
You see, I've got a couple of problems with that answer. Again, in fairness to you, I must put them to you. Did you appoint the panel? Did you appoint the
I would have
panel?
asked my team to assist me to collect information. I don't recall whether it's one of the panels that I directly appointed or whether my commanders asked them to assist me.
You got the report?
I don't have the report with me right
No,
now.
but you received their report in due course, because it was, as I read, to provide you with their overview on these various matters.
I wouldn't recall, Chair. I'll check my records.
So you say you can't remember getting the report?
I would check my records whether it's one of the... Remember, Chair, I'm saying to you, I received many inputs in preparation for this commission.
Yeah.
And we would, if that report would have formed part of my inputs or could have been part of... I have files and files, reams and reams of papers in preparation for this.
You were asked in terms if there was a review, such a panel existed, and you said no. Now, I mean, there are three possibilities. You give yes, no, I'm not sure, I can't remember, I don't know. But you said you gave a categorical negative answer, which was incorrect. Can you explain that?
I've just explained it, Chair.
I see. Well, we have your explanation on record. All right, let me ask you another question. Now, was this review panel an extraordinary procedure as opposed to one of the review procedures set out in the Standing Order? You know, the Standing Order 262 provides for reviews in certain circumstances of operations. So the question is, let me repeat the question, was this review panel, the one Brigadier Mkhwanazi served on and Colonel Hunter, was that which gave you that final interim report, was that an extraordinary procedure, or was it the ordinary review procedure dealt with in the Standing Order?
It could have been any of those, but what is important for me was what I said to you earlier on. Coming to this commission, we got, I asked a lot of inputs from various people. I'm not sure whether that review was around training issues by Mkhwanazi and the other people, so I may have to look at that report again so that I can be able to apply my mind to that one.
Well, it wasn't just about training. It was an overview on policies, unique challenges, weaknesses, and lessons learnt during the implementation of the SAPS operational strategy in the precinct situation in Marikana.
And that could have been...
That's pretty specific, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Specifically dealing with a matter which concerns this commission.
And that review could have been a post-analysis of what has happened.
Well, obviously it was after what happened. I mean, you couldn't have reviewed what happened in Marikana before it happened. It was definitely after Marikana, after the shootings. It came out in Colonel Scott's evidence when he divulged, to use Mr. De Rover's word, that on one occasion during routes, he went by helicopter to Pretoria to attend a session of this panel. And that then alerted us to its existence. It was actually sitting in parallel with routes. Now, again, the question arises, not only do we not know about it, it wasn't part of the hard drive, it wasn't part of Exhibit L, it wasn't anything that was communicated to us. As far as we were concerned, it was like the meeting on the Wednesday night, it was a secret. If Colonel Scott hadn't said what he said, we would to this day possibly have been ignorant that it happened. Now, do you think that was fair to keep that from us?
Chairperson,
we were told that no reviews were held pending the sittings of the Commission. That answer turned out to be incorrect. So we were given incorrect information on that. Now, can you explain that?
I think, Chair, it is important for me to say preparation for coming here was important for us, and we did everything that was possible for us to be able to present our matter here. If that review was assisting us to collect further information, yes, it would have been part of our processes of ensuring that we are able to come to the Commission. It would not have been done for any other thing other than assisting us to respond to this Commission. Nothing we did was meant to be any secret.
Well, of course it would have been.
And if it is called for, Chairperson, we would submit that.
Well, it certainly makes recommendations, things that went wrong, deals with matters that are relevant for us to consider, and would certainly have assisted us, possibly even shortened the length of an overlong commission if that information had been given to us earlier. But I'm reminded that Exhibit J 203 is the call-up instruction for the panel issued on the 27th of August,
Yes.
2012. Do you know who signed it?
I would have signed it.
Yes, you did. So, well, anyway, I've given you an opportunity to explain why we weren't told about it, why we only found out about it by a side wind during Mr. Shasterton's cross-examination of Colonel Scott. There's nothing further you wish to add to your answer, we can leave it there.
Chairperson, I want to again categorically and clearly stated that our preparation to this commission was a long, long journey. We did a lot of things because it was in our interest to make sure that we're able to respond oppositely to the commission. Once the commission was announced, we did a lot of work to prepare for this commission.
See, there's the call-up commission, sorry, there's the call-up notification on the screen, which is for us to see. Anyway, thank you for your answer. Mr. Mpofu and Mr. Gumbi have asked leave to cross-examine on limited topics. Mr. Mpofu has been given half an hour, which I hope he won't use in full. And Mr. Gumbi was given, I think it was 20 minutes. He's dealing with one topic, dealing with your interaction with Colonel Vermaak, as I recall. And Mr. Mpofu is going to deal with another topic. He'll tell you about it himself when he starts. Mr. Gumbi?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, National Commissioner.
Sawubona.
I think as a point of entry, let me reintroduce myself to you. My name is Louis Kumbi. I represent the family of the late Warrant Officer Lipaku, who was killed on the 13th of August 2012 near the railway line. Hope you still remember me. So, National Commissioner, my line of cross-examination will focus on the evidence that was presented before this commission after you testified before this commission. And in doing so, what I'm going to do, I'm going to briefly summarize the evidence that was presented before this commission, and I will give you an opportunity to comment on that evidence or on those allegations that were presented before this commission. Do you understand me?
I do say.
Yes. After you took a stand, National Commissioner, General Mpembe, who was in charge of the operation of the 13th of August 2012 near the railway line, testified before this commission. And in summary, his testimony in this commission is that on the 13th of August 2012, near the railway line, certain members fired without his instruction. That was his testimony.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Gumbi. That point you dealt with when you cross-examined the National Commissioner previously. The permission I gave you relates to the interaction that she had later with Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak when he had an interview with her, you remember, and told her certain things. That's what you're entitled to cross-examine about. The point you're dealing with now, you've asked her about already. And there's no point in replying that ground. It's been adequately plowed already.
Yes, Chairperson, I was just summarizing it because there's another witness who testified to that effect. I will deal with the evidence of Colonel Vermaak immediately. I was just summarizing so that I will give the National Commissioner an opportunity to understand the rationale behind my question. Yes, National Commissioner. General Mpembe testified before this commission that on the 13th of August 2012, near the railway line, certain members fired without his instruction. And when we cross-examined General Mpembe on that aspect, we also presented evidence before this commission in the form of statements, pocketbook, showing that on the 13th of August, near the railway line, he gave a command for the usage of stun grenade and tear gas. That was summary of his evidence. Furthermore, when the evidence, Colonel Scott again also took a stand before this commission, and he was cross-examined by the evidence leaders. And during his cross-examination, there were certain reports that were retrieved from his hard drive that they were produced before the production of Exhibit L that was presented before this commission. And in summary, the information that were contained from that reports indicated that on the 13th of August 2012...
Excuse me, Mr. Ngumi, sorry. There's clear instruction that photographs are not to be taken during the sitting of these proceedings, of this commission. Would you kindly leave the room? Leave the room. You can come back when we stop sitting. You can take as many photographs as you like. But I made it quite clear, taking of photographs disturbs the proceedings. I don't know why you won't comply with that, but get out. Leave the chambers. You can come back when we adjourn.
Thanks, Chairperson. Yes, the Additional Commissioner. I was still busy dealing with the summary of the report that were retrieved by the evidence leaders from the hard drive of the laptop of Kenela Scott, to say that information that were retrieved from those reports indicates that on the 13th of August 2012, near the railway line, General Mpembe issued instruction for the usage of stun grenade and tear gas. That was the evidence presented before this commission. And we had another witness who testified before this commission, that is Kenela Vermaak. He testified that on the 21st of January 2013, he had a meeting with you, General Mbombo, and other senior police officials. And in that meeting, he presented a report dealing with some shortcomings, specifically about the operation of the 13th of August 2012. In that report, if I can refer you, the National Commissioner, that is Exhibit 00010, Chairperson, if we can put that report on the screen.
I think it's 00010.
Yes, 00010. I do apologize for that. 00010, page 16. If we can put that on the screen. It's page 16.
Perhaps you gave us the paragraph number to be easier for us to find the passage. You see,
yes,
what we've got, it doesn't give the page numbers, but it gives paragraph numbers. So what's the paragraph number you're referring to?
It's not mentioned, Chairperson.
If you look at your page 16, you'll see, won't you?
Yes, the heading is question that might be asked.
Is it after what's on the screen at the moment?
Yes, I think.
All right, well, let's move on and get to the questions that
yes.
may be asked. I think that goes beyond this too, doesn't it?
It's not that one.
Section you want?
The text dealing with about the incident of the 13th of August 2012.
Yeah.
It has a heading, questions that might be asked.
Yes, well.
Maybe to save time, Chairperson, if I can read the content of that paragraph.
I think to be fair to the witness, she should have an opportunity to see
yes.
the passage you're referring to.
Okay.
I think it might be seen as some kind of ambush if we did otherwise.
Yes,
here we go. Now we've got
yes.
questions that might be asked.
If you can go down there, I think it's a dead bullet point. Scroll it down. Yes. Can I read the content of this paragraph for the record, National Commissioner? It reads as follows. That's the information, that's a report that was presented by Kenela Vermaak before you on the 21st of January 2013. It reads as follows. On the incident of the 13th of August 2012, Monday, the allegation by members that Major General Mpembe gave instruction that members must leave their firearms in the nyalas. On the videos, it could show clearly the members that were standing on the railway line. On the railway track did not have proper riot gear with them. Due to the incident prior to this day, it was reckless not to take it consideration. The members were not properly in line, follow the group, and why not and why not with the armored vehicles? Then he further said that the instruction from Major General Mpembe that a tear gas and stun grenade must be thrown triggered the assault in the SAPS. Major General Mpembe denied at Rose that he was not aware who gave the instruction, but after Captain Tupe from TRT, Rustenberg said that he was next to the general when the question was the instruction was given. Only after that, Major General Mpembe acknowledged that it was him. Major General Mpembe was also confronted by POP members why he took charge at an unrest scene while the senior POP commander, in bracket Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak, was on the scene, and it is against SO 262. Do you see that, National Commissioner?
I've heard and seen it.
Okay. So my question is, we have Exhibit L that was presented before this commission, and it was presented on the 6th of November 2012. If I can refer you to to slide 47. Slide 47 of Exhibit L. If you can put that on the screen. Slide 47.
That's the slide you want. Which bullet point on that do you want to refer the National Commissioner to in particular?
Yes. Bullet point number 2 and number 3, read together. In dealing with this topic, National Commissioner, will you agree with me that when you look at these two slides, there are no allegations which say that on the 13th of August 2012, near the railway line, certain members fired without the instruction of General Mpembe? Do you see that?
I see the slide.
Yes, do you see that? Even the opening statement that was presented before this commission by the SAPS, there is nothing which says that on the 13th of August 2012, near the railway line, certain members fired without instruction. Will agree with me on that?
I would take it that you didn't read the opening statement. I take it that with recollection, probably it's saying that.
It doesn't say it.
Okay.
And when the chairperson asked you whether you had an opportunity to have a look at Exhibit L that was presented before this commission, were you aware about those allegations that certain members near the railway line fired without the instruction of General Mpembe?
That is what General Vermaak is saying, and Vermaak is part and parcel of that operations team. He had the opportunity to participate in this process, had the opportunity to participate in the JOC. I would have expected that member of mine to raise those issues there so that they can be given treatment.
And you don't have a knowledge why this information is not included in this exhibit?
I actually would ask him why that information did not reach this platform of planning.
The meeting is alleging that he had a meeting with you on the 21st of January 2013. Can you tell us about that meeting?
Yes, we did have a meeting, and in that meeting I did say to him, we have made it explicitly, abundantly clear that all members have the responsibility to share the information they have. He had that space at the beginning, through that meeting, inputting, he had the responsibility to place that information on record. He has made statements under oath. He has made additional statements. He needed to make that information available. He knows it.
Yeah, but when we cross-examined Colonel Vermaak, we also confronted him with your evidence to say that when you took a stand before this commission, you never raised this aspect in your statements, even in your testimony, that on the 21st of January 2013, you had a meeting with him wherein he raised these issues that on the 13th of August 2012, near the railway line, certain members fired without the instruction of General Mpembe.
What is important is to even mention the fact that I did not call him to that meeting. He asked for a meeting with me through our lawyer. And what I made it very clear to him is that he has a responsibility to ensure that his information, like all other members, is given in the most truthful sense, in the fullest sense. So for you to actually want to put it as if it is something that is excluded, I find it as a misnomer. He knows what I said to him.
You informed him that
Yes,
this
I
information
did.
must be presented
To say
before this
it must
commission.
be in his statement, he must disclose whatever he knows, he must discuss it with his team. He cannot come and cry foul. Nobody was allowed to withhold anything. We said, tell it like you know it. Any member.
Thanks, Commissioner. Furthermore, when we cross-examined the General Mbembe on the facts surrounding the death of the late Warrant Officer Lepako, and he promised this commission that he would initiate internal inquiry when we confronted him with all these statements and the pockets book of the police officer that were present in that operation. He promised this commission that he would initiate inquiry to investigate those allegations leveled against him by those members who alleged that he gave a command for the usage of stun grenade and tear gas. Are you aware of that internal inquiry?
Currently, there are no inquiries that are taking place. This commission must finish, give us their recommendations. We will look at all those issues.
Yes, but you are aware, National Commissioner, that in terms of the Police Service Amendment Act, you have a power to initiate internal inquiry if the member is killed or injured in the line of duty.
Yes, I am aware.
And with regard to the death of the late Warrant Officer Lepako and injury of Lieutenant Baloyi, you can't tell this commission whether there is an ongoing inquiry.
I have said already in my response to you to say as soon as this commission finishes, we definitely will make sure that in line with those powers and the responsibilities and duties that we have, we shall do so.
In conclusion, National Commissioner, will I be correct that whatever evidence that was presented before this commission, you never instructed any of your senior officials to alter or to amend any evidence or to manipulate any evidence to be presented before this commission?
I have no powers to do so, and I have not done so.
With regard to the report that was presented before you by Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak on that meeting of the 21st of January 2013, are you aware whether that report was shared among the senior POP members or POP commanders, wherein he identified some of the shortcomings in the POP operation of the 13th of August 2012?
I'm not aware.
You didn't share it with other senior SAPS officials?
Am I aware that it was shared by other people?
I'm saying the information he presented before you in the form of a report, identifying some of the shortcomings with regard to the operation of the 13th of August 2012. Was it shared with other POP commanders or other SAP senior officials?
General Mbobo was there.
It was shared with her.
She would have heard the Vermaak talking to us about it.
And this information was, do you have a knowledge whether it was disseminated to other SAP as senior officials?
I've said
besides General Mbombo?
I've said General Vermaak, first and foremost, he himself needed to put all those things in his statements and other things. He had that responsibility, and I just hope that he did.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Gumbi. Mr. Semenya, your light's on.
May I place on record, Chair, according to my information, an R1 is a heavier caliber than an R5. It is a 7.62 millimeter round and will do more damage than a 5.56, which is an R5 cartridge.
Thank you, Mr. Semenya. That information is obviously very important, and we'll bear it in mind. Thank you. So at least one of the bases in which I'm not sure, of course, whether the bullets disintegrate and whether it goes on, whether horizontally keeps the horizontal path for 600 meters. But those are matters that we can get information on, I would trust, by affidavit. Yes, Mr.
Chair, our understanding is not the same as Mr. Semeni's. I think that the evidence leaders and the SAPs need to get together on this and put forward an agreed statement from a ballistics expert.
I asked the question as I did because I assumed, possibly erroneously, that the 600-meter horizontal travel path that Mr. De Roba talked about was something which went beyond the capacities of an R1. But I may well be wrong on that. But anyway, obviously we must get definite expert evidence on the matter. And as you say, it may well be that the evidence leaders in the SAPS can come to a common mind on that point. But it's relevant for Mr. Semenya to raise the point at this stage to indicate that the question...
Mr. Chairman, I think there was evidence that was... I'm sorry, Mr. I was saying, I recall that there was expert evidence that was led on all of these firearms. I think Mr. warrant of vessels or something like that, and that might
we'll look at all that.
Of assistance.
Yes, thank you. We now take the adjournment and the tea adjournment. After that, Mr. Mpofu will be cross-examining for up to half an hour on one topic that I allowed him to ask on. We're now adjourned. Quarter now.
No, I thought
15. Okay. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, General. Yes. Because we don't have a lot of time, I'm just going to give you broadly the one topic that I'm going to ask you about and why. Effectively, the questions that I'm going to raise relate to the one big question which we raised in our opening statement about who gave the order and why it was given. And also whether it's more specifically whether it was made for, or rather whether the order was given for an improper or unlawful purpose.
No, Mr. Mpofu, let's get it clear. The permission I gave you related to topic 1.4.
That's where I'm going to.
Well, you haven't said what 1.4 is about yet, which is about the question of perception of collusion, I think it was.
Yes.
Between the police and
AMCO, yes.
And AMCO, that's right. That's the topic.
That's the topic, Chairperson.
Okay.
But it doesn't come in the air. I'm just giving the general the context.
Well, it may not come in the air, but I hope you'll stick within the boundaries.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. And the topic that the Chairperson has correctly summarized goes to the question I was busy with, which is whether the making of the decision was for an improper or unlawful purpose, including the one that the Chairperson has summarized, which I'm not going to repeat here. Now, what we do know, General, just by way of background, is that let's say you were part of the decision that was taken on the 15th, call it a decision or an order or endorsement, whatever it is, but the decision that stage 3 of the plan would be proceeded with the following day. You accept that?
You mentioned the correct word, endorsement.
Yes. No, but more specifically, that what was said was that was specifically relating to the plan. You knew that stage 3 of the plan was going to be implemented.
I have responded to an earlier question where I said we did not discuss the plan on the 15th. We had a briefing. We were apprised of the situation. We discussed resourcing.
Yes, but you are aware that General Mbombo had said in the meeting of the 16th that she had relayed to you that they were now going to move ahead with phase 3 of the plan, and that you would relate it to the minister. Well, there was controversy about the last part, but the fact that she had said to you we will go to phase 3 of the plan was not controversial.
We did discuss the process of disarming the protesters.
Okay, fine. Well, then, in paragraph 23 of your statement, which is FF2, what did you mean when you said FF2, if you can? On the afternoon of 16th August 2012, I received a call from Lieutenant General Mbombo, who informed me of the decision to implement stage 3 of the plan.
It was the plan to disarm the protesters.
No. Ma'am, I understand that question. All I'm saying is, if you did not know whether there are 3 stages or 4 stages or whatever, what did you mean in your own statement under oath when you said General Mbombo informed you of the decision to implement stage 3 of the plan? Paragraph 23.
I have answered to say it relates to the disarming of the protesters.
Okay, and you knew that that disarming of the protesters was contained in stage 3 of the plan? Because that's what you wrote.
Indeed, I knew that it was contained in that plan.
Anyway, Well, I'm going to move on because of time, but I just want to say to you that we will argue that the paragraph that I'm talking about is one which you had specifically applied your mind to, because it's the one where there was a lot of cross-examination by my learned friend, Mr. Berger, and myself, where you had taken out the words, which information I relate to the minister. So this part which you did not take out must have been left out deliberately, because it was correct. You must have known that Lieutenant Bombo had informed you of the decision to implement stage 3 of a particular plan. Would that be fair?
It would not be fair. I've made my submission to this commission.
Right. The next issue is, you said to the chairperson now this morning that no notes were taken of the meeting of the National Management Forum meeting.
She was talking about was the what's called the extraordinary session,
yes,
or the ad hoc meeting.
That's correct.
When some of the people had gone.
I'm sorry.
That's what she was referring to. There were notes. In fact, there was a recording made of the earlier part. One of the controversial questions may be whether there was a recording made later, but she says there wasn't, and we're not busy with that with her.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson, yes. Okay, let me put it this way so that we go directly to the issue. Are you aware that there were draft minutes of the extraordinary session?
I'm aware because I needed to add just a paragraph on what we had done in the extraordinary session, and I know that it was taken out of the main minutes by the Secretariat had added that, and it was taken out of the main minutes because the members said it wasn't part of the main minutes, so it can't be part of the minutes.
Yes, no, I'm going to argue that your evidence that no notes were taken cannot be correct or true, because the evidence that we have is that that meeting, the extraordinary meeting, had self-standing minutes. There were apologies. I think there were 3 people who did not attend. Lieutenant General Munu, Mazibuko, and Mutiba had given apologies for that part, and then it was minuted. So that was not just a meeting of people who remained behind, as you tried to suggest.
I will tell you that it is not true. It was an extraordinary meeting, doesn't have apologies.
Well, the draft minutes, the evidence, I'm not going to argue with you now, but quadruple H 11.1, Chairperson, which are the minutes, the draft minutes of that meeting, will show you that there's a list of who attended, and there's a list of people who apologized, and there are minutes of what was discussed, culminating in the decision that the chairperson read out to you.
Because I'm chair of that meeting, I'll put it to this commission that an extraordinary meeting shall never have apologies.
Okay, well, can you put up quadruple H? Once you put it that strongly, never, never. Then can you put up quadruple H 11.1? Yeah, there you are. That's there. There, you can see it reads the Special National Management Forum, Extraordinary Session, Protea, Midrand. So it doesn't look like it never happens. And those are the draft minutes. Just carry on. Go further up. Those are the list of attendees. General yourself, General this one, and the other, and then go on. And there you are.
There will never be apologies. What you say
never happens. There, apologies.
There were no minutes for this whole thing. And this apologies, how would people apologize for a session that is extraordinary?
But you tell me, it was drafted by your people in SAPS.
I'm sure you can ask them what is that, because there's no extraordinary meeting that would have an apology. It's a session of calling people to say, let's talk about something else. There'll be no apology.
I take it what happened was these were the people who'd gone. And so it isn't correct to talk about apologies, because obviously they wouldn't have apologized because they didn't even know the meeting was going to happen before they left. But apologies is probably the wrong word. But absence, for the reason being they left already, would be more accurate, because I take it those are the 3 members of the forum who had left already. They were absent. Is that correct?
Sorry, Chairperson. In fairness to the witness, there is some evidence on this document from Major Letoko, and it was her draft. And I think you'll see that the list of attendees and the list of apologies is identical to the list of attendees and apologies in the minutes of the main meeting. I don't know if we have the minutes of the main meeting in full. And it's clearly not a correct reflection of the list of attendees of the extraordinary session, because it includes General Labia, who made a specific point at the next meeting that he was not party to this decision and it shouldn't be reflected as a decision of the National Management Forum.
So are you saying, Mr. Shaskison, the list of what Mr. Porfer calls attendees, I prefer to call them attenders, but because attendees indicates a passive sort of capacity which doesn't apply. That list of attenders, is that inaccurate because it does it include the names of some of the people who already left?
Yes, because it was only the operational members and the provincial commissioners who stayed behind, and there are a great deal of non-operational members on that list, one of whom specifically made the point that he wasn't there and should not have been and should not have been reflected.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Well, two quick points, Chairperson, about that. One is that's the purpose of draft minutes, is so that people can say if they are reflected, I was not there. So that doesn't take the matter any further. That's the very essence of having draft minutes. But the second point is that my point really is that there were minutes taken for the meeting, which is self-evident. So I'll move on. But the question about incorrect reflection, that's exactly what draft minutes are all about.
But that sounds like a bit of a dwarf's word, isn't it? I'm not going to tell you this anyway.
Yes,
you are going to come sooner rather than later to the point you're dealing with, which is the alleged collusion point.
That's correct. That's correct, Chairperson. Now, the other point, coming to the issue of when and why maybe the order or decision was taken, is that I want to put it to you, I want to give you an opportunity to refute the fact that in your statement, you deliberately sought to mislead or to omit any reference to the decision having been taken in a national management forum meeting or that kind of thing. In fact, and I'm sorry I'm putting too many propositions, in your statement you suggest that the discussion about the decision was made in a kind of one-on-one discussion between you and the provincial commissioner. Would that be a fair statement?
Can you repeat your proposition?
You misled the commission deliberately by omitting the reference to the National Management Forum, which was the most important part of the decision, and you suggested in your statement that that discussion took place in a one-on-one kind of discussion between you and General Mbombo.
Your proposition is incorrect.
Okay, then I'll refer you to paragraphs Triple F2 again, your paragraph 21 and 22. This is where you would have, if you wanted, you would have made reference to the decision having been taken at the NMF. You say, I continued receiving regular situational reports about the events that were unfolding in Marikana. On 15th August 2012, while attending this SAPS National Management Forum in Midrand, you say, I was informed, that's what you say, I was informed by Lieutenant General Mbombo of a possibility of a peaceful resolution being reached. She informed me that she had been told that Mr. Matunja of AMCU had promised that the protesters would lay down their weapons at the Kopi at 9 and so on, and thereafter leave the Kopi. Then the next paragraph, Lieutenant General Mbombo further informed me that if the above undertaking failed to materialize, the police would have to disperse the crowd. Do you still stick with your answer that there was a deliberate omission of the fact that this was said?
Her answer is the opposite. Her answer is there was no deliberate omission.
No, what I'm saying is that in the light of this, in the light of this, what I've just read to you, would you like to amend your answer or not?
No, I'm not amending my answer.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, then, and is there any reason that you can give to the Commission why you did not, of your own accord, make reference to the extraordinary session of the NMF, which is the most important decision that was taken in relation to the operation that killed so many people?
I'm on record. I've answered the chair on that. I've already answered that earlier.
Yeah, well,
on.
can you do it again?
I think we can expect her to repeat her answers. She's
Well,
given
I
an
don't
answer.
remember. Okay, well, then
She's
maybe
given
the
an
chair will
answer.
remind me.
She said
Yeah.
it was an omission. Whether that's a good answer in the circumstances is something I'm sure will be debated in argument, but I mean, I don't know that she's going to add to it at all. So.
It was an omission. No, I just didn't know what the answer was.
Am I right? That was your National Commissioner? That was your answer, wasn't it?
That was my answer, Chair.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, General. Now, I'm now getting to the issue of what I call improper motivation for the order. And just as background, I'll tell you that the chairperson has already told you this, but just as building up, that there is at least the police expert, Mr. Derova, indirectly agrees with the proposition we put at in the opening statement that a decision of this magnitude must have come much higher than yourself.
Chair, Mr. Derova did not agree with any proposition. He said he would be surprised if such a decision was not taken.
Yes. Well, that's fine. I'm happy with that. But so would I. The point there is that if Mr. Derova would be surprised if the decision didn't come higher than yourself, and in the light of the discussions that you had, particularly with my learned colleague, Mr. Phiyega, where you omitted only the references to the minister in your statement. That's the context in which I'm now going to ask you the following question. You do remember that in paragraphs 23 and 24 of your statement, the only parts that you corrected or deleted were the references to the Minister of Police, correct?
Yes, I recall that
Yes.
engagement.
And we won't go into that whole discussion again. Right. Yes. Now, this is, we now go to J 192. Before we do that, would you agree, please listen to me carefully, because again, it's something that we did cover, so I don't want to go into it in detail. You would agree, surely, that what one might call the governance mechanisms of your job and the police come directly from the Constitution, which among other things says you must act impartially, without bias, and so on and so on. You agree with that?
Yes, I know my constitutional responsibilities and duties.
Thank you very much. And you'd also agree with Minister Mtetwa, who puts it even more beautifully than I can, that the constitutional framework of South Africa is such that there must be a clear separation between the operational side of things and the political. And he says at paragraph 16 of his quadruple C1, he uses a nice word, to shield. He says the above, after he discusses the constitutional framework, the above makes it clear that the constitutional scheme establishing SAPS at its core imbues SAPS with sufficient structural and operational autonomy so as to shield it from undue political influence through institutional and legal mechanisms. Surely you agree with the minister there?
I note his statement and I'm listening.
No? Do you agree with that is the institutional framework under which you as National Commissioner operate?
It is correct, sir.
Thank you. Now, and given that you would agree that anybody who would break the law or breach the law and that constitutional and legal framework does not belong in SAPS?
Maybe if you can ask that question in a better level, does not belong in SAPS. What does that mean?
It's very simple. I'm saying if anybody would act in such a way as to break all the institutional framework that I've spoken to you about impartiality, lack of bias, being shielded from political and so on. Anybody who does that, firstly, would be breaking the law, the highest law in the land, the Constitution. But the most important question I'm asking you is whether a person who does that would not belong in SAPS.
I would agree with the breaking the law.
And there's no place. I'm sorry.
Belonging in SAPS is another thing. I want to understand what you mean by that. Breaking the law, of course, you're not allowed to break the law.
Yeah, but once you do, there's no place for you in SAPS.
Depending on what you mean.
What he means is if you're not impartial, if you're actuated by bias, if you allow political factors to operate, which you shouldn't, then you shouldn't really be in that job. You should go somewhere else. I mean, that's really his point. Is that right?
That's correct, Chairperson.
Does that make it clear to you?
Chairperson, all I can say, my response to that is that indeed nobody is allowed to break the law, and if the law is meaning being impartial and all those type of things, of course it would require that organization to take the necessary steps to deal with it.
Okay, maybe I can jog your memory. You are aware that your predecessor, General Cele, was fired for breach of governance principles, rather than him doing kind of maybe stealing money or whatever. But it was more the fact that a breakdown in the governance principles had happened under his watch, and he was therefore removed.
The details I don't know. I just know that there are some general issues around breaches.
Yes, correct. So then that would indicate I mean, if you can do that for leases and things like that, imagine if one were to breach those governance frameworks and with the result of 34 people dying. Surely the second one is more serious than any lease that you can think of, correct?
That would be your assessment, sir. I'm not giving that assessment. I'm listening to your assessment.
Okay. Now, the issue is that if you go to page 9 of Triple J 192, I'm going to read it as fast as I can, so that because it's quite long. And
What line?
Oh, yes, thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to start at line 6, Chairperson.
So I think yesterday AB will recall.
Yes, yes. I'm going to read it fast. Please try and listen carefully, General, because the last few questions will be based on this, and it's very important. This is the General Mbombo speaking to Mr. Mukwena. So I think yesterday, and they didn't know that they were being recorded, or at least General Mbombo didn't. So I think yesterday, AB will recall, AB is Khotle, yes. You will recall when the discussion with the National Commissioner, that would be yourself, came. She also, from the discussion that she raised with you, she there is you, and some of these questions that she raised, you remember I raised them in the morning in our meeting, and she also felt that, it is difficult to separate management from giving these people a leeway. And if management gave these people this type of leeway, how do we separate them now from an allegation that can come and say, but they are supporting them? So, underline so. I want us to, when you said people must be arrested, I want us to be very clear that any information that we get should get to that we arrest people. That is our interest, because yourselves here as management, you will clear yourselves from this perception, says Mr. Mukwena. The General Mbombo says, perception, Mr. Kwadi, yes. General Mbombo says, you will clear yourself by ensuring that you diffuse, that you give out information that is related to this thing, and were able to actually act on that information because, underline because again, because I think even when we were trying to talk about it last night, she, that is you again, asked me a question that says, you know, well, this one I'm not sure because the Lonmin shareholders, I do not know much about them. Mr. Mokoena says yes. And then General Mbombo says, but when I was speaking to Minister Mtetwa, he mentioned a name to me that is also calling him, that is pressurizing him. Unfortunately, it is a politically high individual. We've agreed that we can put a word like that. Mr. Mokoena says it is Cyril, SAPS Commissioner. Cyril Ramaphosa, yes. Now remember, now when I was talking to the National Commissioner, yourself, last night, she says to me, look, General, who are the shareholders here? So I said, I do not know the shareholders, but I know that when I spoke to the minister, he mentioned Cyril. And then she, that's you, says, now I got it. You know why she says she got it? Remember, Cyril was in the appeal committee of Malema, remember? Mr. Mokoena, yes. And diffuse this thing so that it becomes as if Malema has taken charge of the mining industry, I suppose. Yeah, you understand that what I've just read out to you, General?
I'm reading with you.
You've been reading with me, yes. Now, because we don't have time, I'm going to cut this very short. Firstly, you would agree that this discussion shows at face value, at least, that the National Commissioner of Police and the Provincial Commissioner were discussing political considerations to do with a policing operation, at face value. There might be long explanations, but from anybody reading this, you would agree that that's what it indicates.
The first thing is that this conversation takes place in my absence. I note what is being conversed on.
Yes. Well, let me put it this way, just to allay any fear. General Mbombo has been asked about this conversation. She has confirmed that the parts where for example, she says this and she refers to you, come from discussions that or things you either said to her or in her presence. So let's put that aside. I accept that this particular conversation took place in your absence. But I'm saying, would you agree that anybody, any human being reading this part that I've just read, would be left with the impression that the National Commissioner and the Provincial Commissioner were discussing political considerations to be taken into account in effecting a policing operation at face value?
I do not agree.
You do not agree? Okay. Now, assuming just by some chance that the commission comes to the impression that that is what was being discussed here, you would agree that it's against the governance framework and the law as I've explained it to you?
All I'm saying is that I do not agree. So those presuppositions makes it difficult for me to actually give attention to them.
No, General, please.
I do not agree.
Okay, let me forget about what I read to you. If the National Commissioner of this country and the Provincial Commissioner were to take into account political considerations, to the extent of saying, we must not do this even if it's going to solve the policing situation, even if it's going to solve the unrest, even if it's going to solve the conflict because of political considerations, would that be unlawful?
I think, Advocate Mpofu, you're not asking me why I do not agree. Because
no, I'm accepting that you don't agree.
I do have to say to you, you should ask me why I do not agree, because I want to understand what is political in what we've read.
Okay.
What are the political aspects that you want me to consider?
All right.
problem is he actually cut it short. What it goes on to say is this. You see, the impression created, he's putting to you, is that the views which the Provincial Commissioner expressed to Mr. Marikana were shared by you, and that in fact it had arisen in a conversation that you'd had with her and with them, I think. That's what he's putting. Whether you agree with that is the matter you'll deal with in a moment. But then what the Provincial Commissioner goes on to say is this. Having said that, let's start with the words now, that our discussion with the National Commission was surrounding this thing. It says, is this thing now happening such that again Malema come and diffuse this thing? He referred to the fact that Mr. Malema had gone to Impala and spoken, and after he'd spoken, the police were able to manage the situation, which they couldn't do before. This was the point she made, see? And now she says that our discussion with the National Commission was surrounding this thing that says, I think that should be, if this thing now happening such that again Malema come and diffuse this thing. So she was in fact afraid that Mr. Malema, or so he will argue, afraid that Mr. Malema was going to come and diffuse this situation as well. So that it becomes as if Malema has taken charge of the mine, Marikana says, yeah. Provincial Commissioner continues, the mine, once again remember, Malema's views, the mine should be nationalised. And the Provincial Commissioner is nationalised and all that. And then he goes on to this. This is the passage he left out that really is what he's trying to convey to you. So it has got a serious political connotation that we need to take into account, but which we need to find a way of diffusing. Hence, I just told these guys that we need to act such that we kill this thing. Marikana immediately, yes. Provincial Commissioner, when tomorrow we have to move in, if today we don't find cooperation with these people, we need to move in such that we kill it. And the point that I think Mr. Mpofu is going to, I'm trying to make it clearer to you because he won't be satisfied to hear me say this, but I'm not sure he's making it clear to you as he should. The point he's trying to make is this, that the Provincial Commissioner, if he's correctly interpreted, was saying to Mr. Marikana, we've got to deal with this thing tomorrow. We've got to move in. We've got to kill it. Because if we don't, a terrible thing will happen. Mr. Malema will come. He will make a speech. He'll diffuse the situation. He'll get all the credit, and we can't have that. So that's why we've got to act now. And this she describes as a serious political connotation. That's, I hope you now understand the point he's trying to convey. Am I right, Mr. Mpofu?
100%.
Now you can ask the questions you want to ask, and then your time is perhaps nearly up.
Thank you, Chairperson. So you do understand now the political connotation in this?
I do not understand political connotation because what I hear from this conversation is people who are interested in ending a strike.
No. It's the exact opposite. There are people who are interested in ensuring that the strike is not ended by a particular political figure. Not ended. In other words, he must not come and diffuse this situation. Why? Because he says mines must be nationalized. Why? Because one of the shareholders was in the disciplinary hearing. And in case you think there's any debate, she says, in her own words, as the chairperson has read it out to you, so it has got serious political connotation that we need to take into account. It can't be clearer than that. But which we need to find a way of diffusing. Hence, we must kill this thing and so on. And then later she says, when tomorrow we have to move in, if today we do not find cooperation, these people, we need to move in such that we kill it. Because, that word is connected, because we need to protect a situation where any Jack and Jill from a political area and then gets interrupted. So political comes out even twice in her own words. What do you mean you don't understand the political connection?
I don't, because what I hear and interpret, remember that's a conversation first that I'm not in, but what I hear is an interest to end the protest. That's what I hear.
Okay, that's fine. Then I'll ask you this last question.
Running out of time. Okay, last question.
Yeah, yes. I'll ask this last question then. Let's assume that we are all wrong about this. There's nothing political in what I've just read out to you. It's about ending the situation as you suggest. Now, what I'm asking you then is, if on the off chance that we are not wrong, that this discussion had political implications and it implicated you, would a situation where no less than the national commissioner of the country and the provincial commissioner are discussing a situation where they say, do not diffuse a potentially volatile situation only because of political considerations, would that amount to unlawfulness, and do those people belong in SAPS, as you understand it?
As I understand it, advocate, is people discussing the interest of ending a strike. That's how I understand it. And I also make a very clear distinction between political responsibility and political interference. And in our operation, we take those two premises very clearly. I've said so right at the beginning when I was asked of my role and when I was asked of, you've also articulated it to say, what did the minister say?
Yes.
So what I've had throughout this discussion is people who are talking, they could have used other words, but what I hear, and I'm honest and I'm interpreting the best way I can, is people who are seeking to end a protest.
Yes, for the purposes of this, and I'm asking really now for the last time, I accept that for the purpose of this. I promise you I won't accept it when we do the argument, but just for progress, let's say I accept that answer. All I'm saying to you now is, let us assume that we are going to be so wayward as to assume that this was a discussion about politics. If that is so, would you agree that it would indicate a situation where the participants, insofar as they are SAPS members, do not belong to a police service of the democratic South Africa as defined in the Constitution, which should be shielded, according to the minister, from political considerations, and according to the Constitution?
My response to you would be, any person who works in SAPS and is a leader like myself would be clearly understanding the what I call political responsibility and political interference. And we make a very clear distinction between those two things. It's very critical. The executive is politically responsible. They do not interfere with our operations.
Is that what you meant when you said, now I see, I get it?
You had your last question, but let me try to put your question.
Thank you very much.
Let me try to put your question in terms the witness will understand.
I'll be indebted.
Mrs. Semenya?
Well, I was going to make that point. His time was up 5 minutes ago.
His time is up now. I'm aware. The problem is he hasn't put his point as clear as I think he wants to put it. Well, it's a good point, another matter.
Thanks.
What he's trying to say, I think, is this, that he's going to argue that the provincial commissioner said to the Lonmin people, we've got to act tomorrow, even if it's risky, it doesn't matter, we've got to act tomorrow, because otherwise Malema is going to come and sort the thing out. That's a bad thing. That's a political factor we have to take into account. That's what he's going to argue. And he's going to go further, and he's going to say, based on the passage he read you, that idea was one with which you agreed. And all he's asking you is that he's asking you, for the purpose of answering the question, to assume certain things which I know you don't assume. What he's saying is, if the decision to move on the Thursday was prompted by a desire, even though it was risky, prompted by a desire to get in and sort the problem out before Mr. Malema came and got all the political credit for sorting it out, would that be a wrong approach?
Chairperson, my response to you would be, our being there for more than 9-10 days. If indeed the desire was just that, sincerely we wouldn't have been there for that time. And this is why, Chairperson, I would not agree to what is being proposed.
All right, well that's your answer. Mr. Mpofu, that's it then. Thank you for your cross-examination.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I note that you wanted to end the strike, but that will be a topic for another day. Yes.
No, well, yeah. No. We won't go there now.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
That's the end of the witnesses' evidence. Thank you very much for coming back and for answering our questions. You're excused from further attendance.
Thank you.
Well, just to, Yes, no, but Justin, there's something I want to raise with you in chambers in a minute or two. So whatever you want to say, we can deal with then. Mr. Berger, do you want to lead the witness for the next 7 minutes, or shall we take the lunch adjournment now?
No, there's a witness still under cross-examination.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I'd forgotten. Mr. Bam is leading the witness. The witness is actually being cross-examined by Mr. Mpofu, and it's Mr. Bam's witness, not yours. So, do you want the witness to come back now, Mr. Bam, for 7 minutes, or should we take the tea adjournment now? The lunch adjournment now, and start again after lunch?
I would have thought the latter choice is the better
Right,
one.
the latter choice is made. We will adjourn until 1:45.
As the inspection into the sites relating to the August 16 shootings continued, a rival union official arrived and all hell broke loose.
Card moves a little bit to the left so that the camera can it's a line through that white vehicle.
Miners then turned their anger on police.
If somebody is wearing his or her own organization's T-shirt, but mine should be off, I don't understand.
And no one has the right to order anybody away except me, and no one has got the right to tell anybody what to wear. So cut out that nonsense and let's get on with the inspection.
Resumption of the inspection in Loco was short-lived.
Amapaisa athi abafili safe. Ngathi na.
Bebestrovoka la ndlela besenza ngayo.
Apha thina size ngenjongo zokubona into ba abayeni bethu baphelela ndawo. Ngoku sixelela into okubana amapolisa akekho safety, iNUM ayikho safety. Kanti yiyo le ibhujelwe apha noba sithi ababhujelwe.
There's still no word on whether another site visit will be conducted, as parties will first discuss the matter. Bongiwa Kumalo, Marikana, Northwest.
Commission resumes. I see you back, Mr. Jamison. Let me remind you, you're still under oath. You took the oath, or did you affirm?
I took the oath.
You took the oath. Some people take affirm. You're one of the oath takers.
Yes.
You're still bound by the terms of your oath. Mr. Mpofu, you're still cross-examining.
Yes, thank you,
Sorry,
Chairperson.
Mr. Shaskerson.
That's him. Chair, it's not the worst insult I've received in my life, Chair.
That would be it. What did you say?
Chair,
it's slightly easier not to make that mistake. Only slightly.
Just one short announcement. A number of parties have approached us for clarification in relation to the ruling which was made by the Chair on Friday last week. I just wanted to draw the attention of parties to the fact that we have circulated a proposal which we hope will resolve the issue, and we ask that parties revert to us as soon as possible in response to the proposal which we have distributed late this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chesterton. Mr. Budland. After 2 years, one shouldn't make mistakes like that. I get it right this time. Mr. Mpofu.
That's right, Chairperson. Thank you. Yes, so thank you, Commissioner Tobota.
This is becoming infectious, isn't it? Mr. Wesley, to introduce a serious note for a moment, only for a moment. How much time has Mr. Mpofu got left?
Mr. Mpofu's got 74 minutes, Chair. Then he'll be followed by the Legal Resources Centre. I'll remind them half an hour, and then MCU for 2 hours.
Good. Thank you. All right, Mr. Mpofu.
Another 74. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chamison.
Afternoon.
Thank you. Right, your last answer before we broke yesterday was we were dealing with your email of the 15th of August on page 34 of quadruple V1. Remember? And your last answer, or rather, my last question and your answer, my question was that the minister was right that insofar as this was a wage dispute, management and the unions should sit down and sort it out, and you said that was correct.
Yes.
You remember that, yeah. Now, and before that, you and I had agreed that your characterization of it as you called it, I can't remember the term you used, as simply a criminal matter would have been wrong. It was actually a twin-headed, I think that's the term you used. It was a twin-headed
yes,
monster.
Twin-headed, double-headed, hydra.
Correct,
yeah.
Yes. Now, you'd also agree, I'm sure, that if it was true that this could have been sorted out, or at least the underlying issue, let's call the labor issue the underlying problem. Would you agree with that?
No.
Not denying that there was a subsequent problem of unrest and destabilization, as you call it, and so on. Would you be comfortable with that categorization?
No, I thought you and I agreed that it was twin-headed.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
Having agreed that it's twin-headed.
One doesn't underlie the other, or they're two separate issues.
So you think that they were all the same? There was no underlying of the twin heads. There was none that you could say is the underlying issue, and the other one the subsequent resultant issue.
No, I wouldn't. I'll stick with my twin-headed hydra type.
Yeah. No, I'm not debating your twin-headed. I also actually agree with you, but I'm saying, having agreed that it was twin-headed, one can still go further and say that the labor issue was the underlying problem, which had escalated into criminality or whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Well, then you would describe it as one was subservient to the other, or one was the root cause of the other, and I wouldn't agree with that.
Yes, no, I do. So there was no root cause as far as you're concerned.
Well, there would be root causes of each.
Yeah, but in relation to each other, which one would you say is the root cause? The labor dispute or the unrest?
Neither, as I said. I could describe what I think is a root cause of each, but not that one was a root cause of the other.
All right, let's, fine. I don't want to debate that with you. But in any event, you'd agree that to say that insofar as the thing is a labor issue, it must be sorted out between management and the unions, cannot by any stretch of the imagination be something that is damaging, because it's the truth. You and I have agreed that it's the truth.
Yes, in part, if I could add to that.
Well, which part don't you agree with?
When you say it was to be sorted out by management and the unions, my view is it had gone beyond that and it needed some other intervention to be able to sort it out.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
I can accept that if you're saying it's insufficient. It's insufficient to simply say it must be sorted out by management and the union, because you and I have agreed that it's now twin-headed.
Yes.
But that's a different thing from saying it is damaging to say what is the truth. It might be insufficient, but how can it be damaging to say the unions and management must sit down?
I wasn't referring to that being damaging. It was actually, that was referring to the fact that Minister Shabangu had not denounced the violence.
Yeah, but how is that damaging?
Not denouncing the violence? Well, I think she's a senior political figure. She's the Minister of the DMR. She is our regulator. She's the person we first turned to try and seek her counsel and assistance. And it's already, I think it was probably Wednesday, there's 10 people in the mortuary, and the only thing she says is it's a labour dispute that management and the unions must sit down, and that's the part I was referring to.
Well, Mr. Jamieson, I'm going to argue firstly that you're making up that version, because in your email you don't say anything about this so-called omission of violence. What you say is simply this: the minister was on radio today saying she'd been briefed that this was a wage dispute and management and unions should sit down and sort it out, which you and I agree is true. And then you say, I'm sorry, it's page 34.
Yeah, I forgot it.
Yes. V1, page 34. And then you say, I'm not sure, not sure who briefed her. We are waiting to talk to her through Roger, I suppose. And although not too damaging, it's also not too helpful. In other words, it's damaging, might not be too damaging, but it's damaging. And what is damaging is the fact that she says a wage dispute must be sorted out by management and the unions. You don't say anything about any omission to mention violence. Would you agree that much?
That was what was in my mind when I wrote this.
Well, can we really be concerned by what was in your mind, or should we be concerned about what is on your piece of paper that you wrote?
Both.
Mr. Chairman, I think the last comment is a little unfair, because if you want to know what he wrote, it's there. You don't have to go through it. What he was asked is what he meant by what he wrote. Well, then he's going to tell you what's on his mind.
No, I never asked him that. But anyway, the point I'm making to you, Mr. I didn't ask you what you meant. I wouldn't make that mistake. What I've said to you is that what you have here is a statement that is interconnected. You say that she says a dispute and management and unions should sit down and sort it out. Then you say, I'm not sure who briefed her. In other words, for her to make that statement. And although it's not too damaging, it's also not too helpful. It's clear. There's no way in there where you can imply that actually what you are talking about was her failure to talk about violence. Can you help us with that?
Yes, I can help you. It's very clear in the letter written on Monday, where I said, at the very least, please will you denounce the violence, along with many other people. But that was the least I'd asked her to do.
No, that won't help you. Remember, in that letter, you also asked for the police and the army, which we are going to get to just now. Yeah.
Yes.
So that also cannot can't be the answer.
To help you more, connected with that, was, again, we're asking, please, to Mr. Ramaphosa, can you ask the minister to talk to us? We'd now been waiting for 3 days. And this was headline news on many of the media, whether it be electronic or on the TV. It was inconceivable to me that she wasn't aware of it, and that she wasn't aware that we wanted to talk to her. And if we'd have talked to her, this is exactly what we would have said.
Okay, let me put it this way. Flowing from your misdiagnosis or your wrong characterization of this as a single-headed beast as opposed to be a double-headed beast. You also said in that same email that it could not be resolved without political intervention and needs the situation to be stabilized by the police and army. You'd agree that insofar as it was a labor dispute, you don't need the police or army?
Well, two things. One is, it does say that, that's what it said. It said that also in the letter of Monday, so it was a repetition. And secondly, this part is not talking about the labour dispute, it's talking about the violence and the murder.
Yes, but that flows, that's what I'm trying to say. That only flows simply from the fact that, according to you, it was not a labour dispute in capital letters.
Yes, concerning the security situation, which is the heading of the email.
Now, maybe we're talking past each other, and it's probably my fault. I'm saying, now that you and I agree that an element of it, which you say was of equal importance, was the labor dispute, you'd agree that that element of it did not need what you call political intervention and the army or the police.
Well, it's two questions. One is the political intervention and one is the army and the police. So
it's the same thing?
No. If you look at the letter of Monday, what I was asking for was, could she get involved, which is political intervention? It's her, that's who it's directed at. Could she get the presidents of NUM, the presidents of AMCU, industry and anyone else that she wanted? And could she get us all together and find out what was driving the violence? So it was related to that. But the police and the army is simply related to restoring law and order. Yeah. So this is the twin heads that I was talking about. One area is the labour dispute, and one area is one head, and the other head is the violence.
No, Mr. Jamieson, please. Okay, let's take that answer, which I think is I will submit is not an answer to my question. What political intervention would be needed? I thought you and I had agreed that if it were, insofar as it was a labor dispute, it needed management and workers. Well, why would you need political intervention?
I thought we agreed that that was insufficient, and I added to it.
No, but listen, you're now evading the question substantially.
I don't think he's evading the question. Just ask your question. Don't accuse him of evading. If he evades, I will come down on him.
Okay, well, all right. The record will show that when you talked about the twin heads, we're not talking about what we're talking about now. I'm saying to you very simply, if on the labor dispute leg of the problem, what political intervention did you need?
We needed her. If she'd have wanted to bring in the Minister of Manpower, which she did on the, subsequently on the 18th and thereafter, and she'd have brought all the parties together, because only she could. By that time it had gone past us being able to do that. That's the political intervention I'm talking about. Simply that our minister, who's our regulator, who's the head of the DMR, please get involved, and that's what we wanted to talk to her about.
Yes, but that cannot be a true answer, Mr. Jameson, because according to you, this was not big NOT, a labor dispute. So what would the Minister of Labour be doing?
Addressing that head. You asked me why did I want political intervention. I wanted political intervention on the other one. That was the letter of Monday.
No, that's the mistake you're making. You're mixing what you said in this letter with what you and I have subsequently agreed during your evidence now. In your letter, you did not have a twin-headed thing. You said it is not.
Correct.
Okay? A labor issue.
The question really to ask is, what is this? He writes a letter under the heading security situation.
Yes.
We know that there's been a wage dispute since sometime, I think in June 2012, which only ended sometime towards the end of September. We also know that what then happened, there was an unprotected strike, which began, I think, on the 10th. That was, according to the evidence, enforced, or attempts were made to enforce it by violence and intimidation. And that led to the deaths of people and damage of property and injury to people. That was the law and order issue. That was the security situation. There was no security situation from the time in June when the wage dispute started. There was, I take it, well, there may be to some extent, but there wasn't the same kind of security situation after, say, the 18th of August. But in the middle, there was a security situation, and that is what he calls, this is why he says this is not an industrial relations issue. That's why I read it. If I'm wrong, you must please tell me.
Yeah, no, Chairperson, with respect, you are. And because, well, you and I first, but also myself and the witness have long agreed that no one can deny that there was a security situation, but that it was a hybrid, or what the witness calls a
hydra.
Hydra, yes, a twin-headed hydra.
Hybrid is actually, well, you know, a mule is a hybrid, if you know. Siamese twins are double.
I used that before as well.
Yeah.
In any
Chairman,
event,
if it helps, after my discussion on the issue of insistence yesterday, I did go home and look it up in the dictionary to see if I was questioned again. I could come and agree to it, which I can't. And I looked up hybrid as well, and hybrid is something made by combining two different elements.
Well, that's like a mule.
Yes.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah,
now,
that's fine. I'm not interested
I'm concerned with
biology.
I'm concerned with we're dealing with analogies and what an academic.
Okay.
I'm concerned with a point which I hope will shorten the debate, and that is, Mr. Mpofu is saying this was a wage dispute. He says it wasn't a wage dispute. It was a double-headed operation, or it was a hybrid, or whatever word you want to use. The question, though, is, and you don't agree. The question is, what was meant by the word "this"? In other words, what were you talking about? And if it's clear that, and then you go on, you see, in the fourth line of the first bullet, you say, I've had two discussions with the DG. In each case, have characterized this, again this, as not an industrial relations issue, but a civil unrest, destabilization, criminal issue, etc.
Yeah.
Now, which could not be resolved without political intervention.
Yes.
So what's got to be resolved with political intervention is the civil unrest, destabilization, criminal issue.
Yes.
In your second bullet, as I read it, you then say what the political intervention was to be aimed at achieving. Namely, you'd already got 800 police on the site, so that was done.
Correct. It was passé, yeah.
But and there'd been whether that was brought about by the phone calls to the minister, one doesn't know, but the evidence seems to be that in fact it wasn't. But, there were 800. There may be an argument about that, so we won't assume that one way or another at the moment. But there were 800 police on the site, and that you were grateful for.
Yes.
And then go on to say our next challenge, and this is presumably what you wanted the political intervention for, to sustain this, i.e. you want to keep the 800 police on site.
Yes.
Ensuring they remain, they must stay, they must take appropriate action so we can get the people back to work. Now, that's a question upon which Mr. Mpofu can, I think, legitimately question you, what you meant by appropriate action. Then it goes on, it'd be good to have some independent confirmation that the police have plans to sustain a presence. So that's going back to keeping them there, sustaining the presence for at least a week.
Yes.
Sustaining a presence for at least a week doesn't mean, this is the 15th, doesn't mean launching an operation, a highly risky operation on the Thursday and killing 34 people. It means sustaining the presence, staying there, keeping the situation under control. And then numbers, and also they must sustain a presence for at least a week, and you don't want numbers to wane by the weekend.
Definitely.
That seems to me to be what the letter is saying, if I'm reading it correctly.
Yes.
And then if you can talk to the minister, please, can you influence these things with her, i.e. sustain the police presence, make sure they don't push off over the weekend, and so on.
Absolutely.
Encourage her to make time to talk to Roger. You were hoping to arrange an audience, if that's the right word, with her and for Mr. Fillmore. Is that what the letter says?
Yes, and we'd been repeatedly trying to do that. And I'd spoken to Roger at the airport before he left the night before.
Now, the other point is,
the purpose.
In regard to the answer to the question of what is this, the quotation mark, the answer to that I would again have thought, but again, this is a prima facie view, I mustn't express definitive views before I've heard all the argument and the evidence. The top of the letter tells us what this is. That's the security situation.
Yeah.
In other words, the situation which arose from the time the unprotected strike and attempts were being made, according to your information, to enforce it by violence and intimidation. There'd been a wage dispute since June, continued to late September, but in the middle was the security situation. Am I understanding correctly?
Yes, 100%, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
If I could put it in my own words, I mean that would be better, if you rather, because where I would start is to go back to the objective, and on that I would agree, Mr. Mpofu. Our objective from Sunday was to say that the violence that had erupted was criminal issues, criminal activity, and we clearly saw in some of the emails, and I will say in conversations on the EXCO calls that people were using the word criminals, quite liberally, and criminal activity quite liberally. So won't back away from that at all.
Cars and injuring people is criminal conduct. Anyone's life.
And murder.
And I say killing people. The other point that's important, again, prima facie, introduces no shortening the debate. I hope it doesn't have the opposite effect. In the first line, you say we've had approaches, I suppose that should be, from NUM Eastern Platts, that they'd like to return to work if police can offer adequate protection. So what seems to be what the letter's about is this: we will break the strike, or certainly substantially reduce the strike, certainly as far as Eastern Platts is concerned, if the police can give adequate protection to those people who, according to NUM, are minded to work, but afraid of going to work for very good reason, because they can't be sure that if they try to go to work, they won't be killed, like Mr. Lunga was.
And
is that really what you're talking about?
Well, that's what you referred me to yesterday in those handwritten notes that Mark Monroe had said, if we can secure something at Eastern Platts, and you were questioning about the circle, and I said, I think I recall it was something to do with a bus stop or where people come to work. That was exactly that conversation. Yeah. And that was the approach from NUM at Eastern Platts. So as I was saying, I'd spoken to Roger on the phone. He was at the airport the previous night. He was, to say he was angry would, probably does it, that the minister had not made time to contact him or be available to take his call or to meet her. He was saying, Albert, if you can have another go at that in some way, shape or form, if I need to meet her at the airport, if I need to fly on down to Cape Town, if I need to drive from OR Tambo directly to her office or wherever she is, see if you can do anything about that. He was angry that she hadn't spoken to us and made the time. Okay. So as I drove to work, okay,
Mr. Jameson, well, I think that's very interesting, but it's got nothing to do with what I asked.
Well, let him finish the sentence, and then you can ask a question. You say, as you were driving to work, you heard her on the radio, and then you...
And in my head, I already had the email formulated.
You told us that the day before.
Email was 2 bullets.
You went home, and you wrote an email. You went back to office. Went to your office
in the
at
office.
Melrose Arch.
Yeah.
And what was a 2-bullet, 2-line
turned into
email
a
in your mind turned out to be
this
one page.
I mean, if I could...
No, I think, look, we've seen it. Mr. Mpofu is waiting to ask his next question because his time's running out.
Sure. Yeah. All right. Now, look, I'll cut it short like this. When you and I agreed that this was a two-headed problem, surely anyone, even a child, would agree that when the security situation, as you call it, as the chairperson calls it, was introduced, that did not signal the end of the labor dispute. That's why it's a two-headed thing, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes, thank you. All right. And then to reinforce that that issue, on page 47 of the same. Mr. Ramaphosa writes a letter to you and other people and says, I have had a discussion with Susan Shabango in Cape Town. She agrees that what we are going through is not a labor dispute, which is untrue, as you and I have agreed, but a criminal act. Do you understand the difference? between saying it's not only a labor dispute, it's also a criminal act. That's different from saying she agrees that what we're going through is not a labor dispute, but a criminal act. You appreciate the difference?
I can see that, but she doesn't. What she doesn't say is what we're going through is not only a labour dispute. I think you
yes,
said that.
That's the whole point. That's exactly the point. She says
what Cyril. Well, what
you both can't. Sorry, Mr. Jamieson, you both can't talk at once. Mr. Mpofu, are you still questioning him?
Yes. No, I'll defer to him to finish.
Okay. And of course he's replying to the email about the security situation. So we're still talking about the security situation.
No, Mr. Jamieson, please. Just listen to the question and answer it. Would you agree that that question, that sentence from Mr. Ramaphosa that says she agrees that what we're going through is not a labor dispute but a criminal act, means that the thing has mutated from one thing to another as opposed to it being a labor dispute with a criminal element?
If she was talking about twin head like I was, then I would agree.
Oh God. And then you say to that characterization, you say, many thanks, Cyril. That is very helpful. I will call into the DG, so I will reinforce. In other words, you'll reinforce this notion that it's not a labor dispute, but a criminal act.
Well, I'd already talked to him on Tuesday and said exactly the same thing.
No, I'm not talking about, when you say will, you're talking about the future. You said you will reinforce with him. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. And then you also had asked him, we dealt with this, to influence and encourage these things, including the characterization, correct?
Sorry, Mr. Mpofu, where are we now?
On page 34, you said that he must encourage to, rather, please, could you influence these things? And that includes the characterization bullet point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you are aware that you do know about abuse of power?
Only what you talked to the National Commissioner this morning, I think, did you?
The first time you're hearing about this. Yeah. Okay. But do you know that using political influence to achieve certain ends might amount to abuse of power?
Yes.
Yes. Now, what we had in mind here was to use Mr. Ramaphosa to speak to his people, so to speak, to speak to the politicians. Correct?
To speak to the politicians, yes.
Yes. And not only to speak to them, but to influence them.
Yes.
Yes. And one of the things you wanted him to influence was that what you are going through at Lonmin should be called a criminal act and not a labor dispute.
Not specifically, no.
Oh.
By this time, that was a redundant point.
Well, if it was a redundant point, then why did you ask him to influence it?
Because
and why, when he did influence it, did he report to you, and why did you thank him for it?
Because I was repeating the characterization that the minister had put the day before, that I'd spoken to the DG about, and he had agreed with me. Someone had briefed her. It couldn't have been the DG, I thought, because he had agreed with me on the characterization. So this was a repeat of that to say, who is briefing her? I mean, I say that there. I'm not sure who briefed her. But if it was the DG, this is what I said to the DG.
Yes, that's fine. But the point of what you want, the action you want to take is that he must influence the characterization from being that this is not a labor dispute but a criminal act. That's self-evident.
Yeah, given what I've said, if that's accepted, yes.
If you see this whole thing as as I can call it a two-pony cart, two-pony team pulling a cart. One pony is the labor dispute, the other pony is the law and order issue.
Yes.
Now, when you say what we are going through is not a labor dispute but a criminal act, are you talking about both ponies or only one pony?
I'm talking about the security situation, which is the criminal acts. If you want to talk about the labour dispute, I can talk about that as well and give you my view on that and how that should be resolved. I've said as much, and I said that in the letter of Monday.
Mr. Jamieson, please. The question is simple. One of the things you wanted Mr. Ramaphosa to influence the politicians on was the characterization of what you were going through as a criminal act only.
Given what I said, that it was relatively peaceful, there was now already 800 police on. There was no further reason to characterize it as criminal because the police were on site. So that's a passé issue now. The real point is bullet 2. How can we sustain them? The reminder about the discussions I had with the DG was related to, I'm not sure who briefed her.
So,
but Mr. Ramaphosa, here is what I spoke to the DG about for your information. So when you speak to her again, which he clearly said he was going to, who briefed her?
Well, okay.
Because she said she had been briefed.
All right. Look, I'm going to argue that your answer cannot be true because what Mr. Ramaphosa says to you is very clear, and what you say you're going to reinforce with the DG must surely be what he says to you, which is that it's not a labor dispute, but a criminal act.
I think you've made your point, Mr.
Yes,
as far as it can be made.
You've
got the material on record to argue the point. Whether it's a good point or a bad point is a matter we'll decide at the end, but I think you've got enough on record to argue the point.
I thought I was signaling, exactly that, Chairperson.
You've got as much out of the witness as you can read.
Once I say I will argue, it means I'm moving to the next point. or that I can't take it further than that. Would you agree that in the situation that was taking place at Lonmin, the police or the army, should be the last resort?
When you say the situation, you mean the violent situation, or do you mean the labour dispute?
No, I'm telling you what you are going through.
Yes, the violent situation.
I'm talking about what you are going through in its hybrid form, Mr. Jamieson. Let's not go around in circles, which you and I have agreed.
Well,
would you agree that what you are going through, the police and the army should be the last resort?
You've said a couple of times that you and I agreed that it's not a hybrid. It's a twin-headed issue.
Yeah, whatever. The twin-headed issue, would you agree that in solving the twin-headed issue, the police should be the last resort?
In solving one of the twin heads, they should be the first resort, which is stopping the violence, stopping the killing, stopping the murders. That's their duty.
The labour dispute started in June, as I understand.
Yes.
Continued towards the end of September.
Yes, there's a different way of resolving that.
Yeah. From the time in June when the labour dispute started.
Yes.
Until, say, the 10th of August, when according to some evidence, the intimidation started. From that time, June to the 10th of August, were the police needed?
No, not at all.
Police were summoned, I understand, when you got information of the march and so forth.
Well, it was an illegal gathering, so we had to notify them.
And then you then had this period where the security situation.
Yes.
When did the security situation end, as far as you're concerned? We know the labour dispute ended towards the end of September.
Right.
Did the security situation continue right up to then?
I think it continued for quite a while, and we did have a police presence, although it was less.
Yeah.
And I'm aware of there were some further incidents. I think, during the rest of August and maybe September, there was still some violence, but of course it was nowhere close to what we suffered with the 44.
Evidence is you accept the police weren't required till the 10th of August, even though the labour dispute was going on.
Yes. Yes.
But what your case is that once keep the two pony things in mind, once the security situation pony came on the scene, then you say the police were required to deal with that, or to deal with the whole thing.
Yes. No, to deal with the violence. I mean, the labour dispute, there's a separate process for dealing with that.
Yeah. Well, that also can be true, but we won't go there because, as we know, the police were called on the 10th as well. But that's.
He said that because he said there was an illegal gathering.
Well, I thought he said they were not needed. Oh, it was you, Chairperson.
No,
Okay.
Anyway, whether it was an illegal gathering, I'm not quite sure, but anyway, that's what he said.
Yes. Anyway, what you do know for sure is that what was reported to you as Lonmin was that the Minister of Minerals had accepted had changed the characterization to becoming to that of a criminal act, correct?
Yes, I think that happened during the course of Wednesday, because when I heard her on the radio in the morning, I didn't hear her mention it, but certainly I can recall in the afternoon, there was then a statement made. I don't think it was by her. I think it was apportioned to her spokesperson, but nevertheless,
yeah,
she then characterized it as this being criminal activity, correct?
Yes. So she changed her characterization as a result of the discussion with Mr. Ramaphosa, according to him at least.
I can't comment on whether it was according to him, but I don't think it was according to the DG, because from what I can gather, the DG never briefed us. So it couldn't have been from the DG.
Mr. Jamison, please, man. Mr. Ramaphosa reported to you in an email that Susan Shabangu, I think that's what you called her,
yes,
had now changed her characterization. I have just met with, I even know it off by heart, I don't even know what number. I've just met with Susan Shabangu. She has changed her characterization.
No,
she will now go to the cabinet, blah, blah, blah.
Doesn't it say she will change her characterization? If you know it by heart.
I think there may be an email such as the one Mr. Mpofu is quoting, but certainly on the one on page 47, which is on the Wednesday afternoon, 15th August, 2:58 p.m.
So she
he says she agrees with what we're going through is not a labour dispute, but a criminal act. She will correct her characterization.
Yeah.
But by implication, she'd already changed it in her mind because she'd agreed with him it's not a labour dispute.
Yes, and possibly you can check when the statement was put out, in relation to this email, and see if that was correct.
I'm not talking about statements, Mr. Jamison, and you know it. I'm saying to you, as a result of that intervention, she had agreed to change her characterization.
That's what Cyril says.
Where do we get that? I assume that you're right, but is there an email that says that? Because you remember her evidence was slightly different.
No, but that's why I said according to him. She's a woman. So I said according to him, Mr. Ramaphosa, not according to her. Mr. Ramaphosa says, I asked him specifically, did she change her characterization as a result of your meeting? And he said yes.
Yeah, well, I suppose it's a semantic debate because she does say she will correct her characterization.
Yes.
The very idea of correcting the characterization means there was a previous characterization that was incorrect, which is now correct. So we can leave the semantic issue out. The point is established on the documents we have.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine, Chairperson. One of the key issues about this characterization point, the reason why it's important for us, is because it was the characterization of the situation there as criminal, which must have led to the deaths of these people. And I'm asking you this because you are the person who was so obsessed with changing the characterization, as I put it yesterday. Do you understand that? You don't have to agree that it led to the death of the people, but do you understand why it's important for me?
I can't agree with your characterization that I was obsessed, but I understand what you're trying to build.
Yes. Okay, well, I thought we will settle. Ms. Pillay said you were insistent. I say you were emphatic, which I think we agree on. We do?
I can't remember, but if you can...
You said you agreed that you put emphasis by using...
Go higher. You said to me, you said Mrs. Pillay had relayed you insistent, and you were going to go one higher and say it was obsessive.
Yeah. I'm now saying you were emphatic.
Yeah, I emphasized it, yes. I'll agree
yes, you're emphatic, thank you. Yeah. Now, because you were emphatic on changing the characterization, which, according to this theory that I was talking about, led to the deaths of the people, because the characterization linked up with what the minister, incidentally, the person that you wanted to change the characterization, is the person who once said that criminals must be killed without a warning. Do you know about that?
I didn't know that, but I've heard it subsequently.
You've heard it,
from
yes.
the commission, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just
I didn't know it at the time.
Yes, yeah. So that if that is indeed so, what you are doing, which was to, by the way, why did you want Mr. Ramaphosa to be the one who speaks to these people?
Well, because we had been trying to speak to the minister since Monday.
And you failed?
And we failed completely. So Roger had phoned Mr. Ramaphosa and asked him if he could find a way to get her to agree to speak to him. He didn't, I think his words on the phone were, he didn't want Cyril to do his bidding, he wanted to do it himself. But we simply couldn't get her to respond.
Okay, so having given up, then he wanted Cyril to do his bidding. He had to. He was forced into that situation.
No, he kept pressurizing me.
And you pressurized him.
Well, I pressurized the DG, and then I politely asked Cyril if he could also influence the minister to talk to.
Yes,
to
you pressurized the DG, and then you pressurized Mr. Ramaphosa.
To talk to Roger, yes.
Yes, and okay, so that's what I call the chain of pressure. You were pressurized by Roger. You pressurized the DG, you pressurized Mr. Ramaphosa, he pressurized the ministers. They pressurized the police to kill people.
Well, no, I was only pressurizing them to talk to Roger.
Mr. Chemison, please. I'm saying to you that this pressure, which you have admitted to, that you exerted on Mr. Ramaphosa, we now know that it was transmitted to the politicians. And it was intended to be transmitted to other politicians who may or may not have been available. I'm saying that same pressure, you heard what I read to the National Commissioner this morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was then referred to in the context of it being causally linked to having to kill this thing immediately, so to speak. That's the same pressure that was transmitted along a chain that included you. Do you understand that?
I heard what you said to her this morning, and I understood that completely.
Yes. Yeah.
The pressure I'm talking about is the first pressure that started from Sunday with the email to the DG and my subsequent conversation was to please get police on site because there's a violent situation. That had actually been accomplished by the time this email was written, per bullet too. So that was passé, as I said. The only other pressure that I wanted from Mr. Ramaphosa was, please can you get this minister to talk to our chairman, because he's angry and he's now putting pressure on me.
Yes, and why was Mr. Ramaphosa, in your estimation, the best transmitter of that pressure?
Because per his previous emails, he had already been talking to the minister, and he was the only one that was, because she wasn't talking to Roger and Roger wasn't talking to her.
Yes, but why would Mr. Ramaphosa succeed where Roger had failed? What was so special about him?
Well, he clearly had her on speed dial and had access to her.
Because of his political position?
I think because of his membership of the ANC, his membership of the NEC.
Yeah, the ANC is a political organization.
Yeah,
is that because of his political organization?
I would say so, yes.
Yes, because of his position in the ANC?
Yes. Clearly.
Yeah, clearly, yes. Yeah. Now, if you're going to use political pressure because of somebody's position in the ANC, and that, as I've described it and as you heard this morning, that political pressure somehow leads to a situation where 34 people are killed immediately. Would you agree that that is an untoward exercise of pressure?
I think the way you've described it, absolutely, and it was similar to what you were saying this morning to the National Police Commissioner. It's not the right use of political pressure.
Correct, and it's against the law.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Now, the next issue then is you'd also agree, of course, that as far as we're talking about the, let me put it this way. Ms. Pillay said to you, and I support her in this, that one of the reasons why you were, she didn't use my word obsessed, why you were
insistent,
yes, on this issue was because it was a diversionary tactic so that the public attention, so it was a kind of spin thing. Public attention and the quote-unquote pressure should be on the police and the government as opposed to where it belongs, which is management, which should talk to the people. What do you say to that?
I think I'd answer in two ways. Coming back to the issue of insistence, that was another thing I looked up in the dictionary last night. It says, demand forcefully, not accepting refusal. I thought that was a better description of the strikers' demands, personally. It wasn't a description of my behaviour, because I merely had a conversation with the DG and put it to him, and he had agreed with me. There was no insistence in it. In terms of the spin, or what you said, PR, I mean, I'm just not in that line of work. So these emails were all internal. The PR stuff is handled elsewhere. Tanya.
And you had no concern about the PR issue yourself?
Well, she had circulated to me emails asking me to mark up press announcements that were going up on, I think they went out on the Sunday. There was another one that went out on the Tuesday. And I was asked to add to them in any way I could, which I did.
Yeah, was the PR issue any of your concern?
When you say PR issue, it's actually a regulatory issue. We have to make announcements. So it's a regulatory issue that we have to make continuous announcements as a public company.
Maybe you didn't hear my question. Was the PR issue any of your concern?
Not specifically and not directly. No.
In the letter that you wrote, or the email you wrote on the 15th of August 2012, page 40.
Yeah. The notes for Simon.
Yes.
Yes.
Just ask Commissioner, where's the reference to ETV? Where's the reference to? Let's go to page 41. You say there, I'm reading towards the end, Chairperson, under the heading IR.
IR.
Tanya, that you are talking about.
Yes.
You say Tanya is also doing...
Sorry to interrupt you, that's page 41.
41, Chairperson, yes. Oh, yes. You say Tanya... I found it. Tanya is doing a sterling job in London. Lots of incoming, I suppose, from shareholders, funds and analysts. Questioning has changed from security situation to production losses and financial and covenants and how company will be financed going forward. Remember that?
Yes.
And then you said, again, you say, feeling from Mark and company that the press is too negative, Lonmin management, or our stroke, it's our problem, I suppose, our problem of creation, and this is negative for morale and perhaps a bit of glass half empty, half whatever syndrome. My view is these comments are largely drowned out by the union rivalry, stroke civil unrest, bad for South Africa and SAPT, platinum industry angles.
Yes.
That's spin. That's the what you're talking about, the angles about how the thing is portrayed, and that is the PR issue, correct?
No, they're not spin. They're exactly as I wrote there. So they're self-evident. So
no,
Mark
but these are, okay, they concern public relations. Would you agree?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the point. So public relations was part of what you were concerned with when you were analyzing these issues, correct?
It was just, I mean, this was my view. It's not public relations spin. The public relations spin comes when someone turns that into an announcement or a release. This, as I said, these were notes prepared for Simon and Roger. They were a collection of not just my views, but you'll see throughout everybody else's, the notes I kept from the chairing the meetings.
Mr. Jamison, please. What you're saying here is that there is negative press, that this is Lonmin's problem, it's their creation, and you say that this is negative. But you say your view is that those comments are largely drowned out by the other messaging, which is it's union rivalry, it's civil unrest, it's bad for South Africa.
Correct.
Is that's not, and you're saying that that is not public relations, those are not public relations issues,
you were saying
perception management issues?
Well, you were saying it was spin. Spin comes when someone announces something. This is not an announcement, this is a view and a note for briefing.
Does it concern public relations?
Yes.
Was it necessary for your publicity department to send out communiques on the union rivalry and civil unrest, or was that a story which is being picked up by the media houses without the benefit, or if that's the right word, of communiques from your publicity section?
Well, as you see right in the first sentence under IR, we're all over the radio, TV news, and wires in SA, mostly first headline. And at that time, what they were saying was this is civil unrest, the police must intervene, it's a public disgrace. Those was self-evident headlines.
It would only be, the point I'm trying to ascertain, it would only be a sort of PR matter if you then had set about, you being Lonmin,
yes,
set about getting those reports into the newspapers and
yes,
on the radio and TV. If these are stories that the press are picking and the media people are picking up themselves, then it's not as a result of any PR efforts by your side.
Well, Tanya put out the 2 press releases I'm aware of, one on the Sunday, one on the Tuesday, by this time. And weren't they, oh no, sorry, that was internal, the ones yesterday. But they're self-evident that they're just factual.
Well, I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah.
Perhaps I can do it now, it may save time later. Appears from the first reference to Tanya that there was a problem in London. The people in London were concerned about loss of production, loss of profits, loss of dividends, and so on. So there was lots of incoming, that must be incoming queries or emails or something.
To Tanya, yes.
To her, yes.
Yes.
From shareholders, funds, and analysts.
Yes.
They would be worried about the effect on the profitability of the company and the value of the shares and all that kind of thing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she was dealing with that. Questioning has changed, that's the questioning she received, has changed from security situation to production losses and
yes,
financials and covenants.
Yes.
The covenant relates to your debts and
financial situation. Yeah.
And how a company will be financed going forward.
Yes.
Right. Then we skip up the next paragraph. The next reference to Tanya is ask Tanya to circulate storeman release internally to ready ourselves for the inevitable. How much production have we lost or losing announcement, how much production we have lost or are losing. Announcement, but incorporate the whole package of issues in this needs to be finalized by Friday. Now, what exactly is a strawman release?
It's a draft. So she would put a draft out. The previous releases we had put out on Sunday and Tuesday were really concerned with the violence of the situation. So they were acknowledging that and what we were trying to do about it. That had been it. We hadn't mentioned production, but she had received phone calls and the phone calls had changed from that. That's what I've said. So we then had to think about the next release we put out, and I think there was also an email commenting from Tanya and Kubi on this, and Tanya had responded saying, we can't dodge this issue. Eventually we're going to have to say what production is lost. So what I suggested to her is, why don't you get a draft going, because you have to put into that certain numbers, ounces, tons, what we've lost, and also when it's what we've lost, how long will it take us to get back to where we were? There's a lot to it. So when she started that, it would then give the people who were dealing with it, technical people at the mine, for example, time in which to get those numbers together, because it takes a few days to do that.
What did you mean, though, by the phrase, the whole package of issues?
The whole package of issues would be tons, ounces, the financial considerations, the covenant impacts, etc. And Roger had also sent around an email, and I think you saw that to the board. It's in these emails, and he had said, also he echoed what Tandekra said. He said, we're not going to be able to dodge this. We're going to have to say something.
Do we have the release, the press release that had to be finalized by Friday? Was it issued on Friday or issued on Saturday or when?
I don't think it ever went out, Mr. Chairman, because events overtook us, and it was a different ball game.
Yes, and when you asked her to do the press release, that was public relations.
No, it's regulatory.
So it's not public relations.
No, it's regulatory. We didn't have a public relations department at that time, apart from communications at the mine.
Okay, let me put it this way. Your concern about what Minister Shabangu had said, was it because she was thinking it, or was it because she had said it on radio?
Sorry, Mr. Mpofu.
No, I'm
was
saying,
it she?
Yeah, we've had a long discussion about what Ms. Shabangu had said on SAFM. Wasn't your, well, I'm putting it to you that your concern was the fact that she had said it on radio, so it was the public impact of what she had said, wasn't it?
My concern was that she hadn't denounced the violence.
In public?
On that radio that I heard.
Yes.
As I was driving into work. But I do know that later that afternoon, her spokesman released, and we talked about that earlier. Your view was her characterization had been changed by Mr.
Okay, let's go to page 31. You say there, Mick Davis, our largest shareholder, told me we have his support and offered help and assistance if needed. ETV News tonight quite even to positive in characterizing this as a police issue.
Yes.
Even NUM said this and had to have company criticism dragged out of them. So do you see here you are transposing the idea of this thing being spun as a police issue as against what you call company criticism. That's what Ms. Pillay was trying to say to you. It's a diversionary issue to make sure that the world out there concentrates on this police issue and let you get away with the idea of the criticism of not engaging the strikers. That's self-evident, Mr. Jamieson.
No.
Well, then how do you explain that?
Which part of it? That Mick
Davis all of
me?
it. The part that says ETV News is quite even to positive in characterizing this as a police issue. Even NUM said this and had to have company criticism dragged out of them.
Yes, that's. I watched both of those on the TV.
I know that.
And that's the reflection that I had of them. That's the description I had of them.
Now, Mr. Jameson, please, man. Please answer the question. What did you seek to convey by saying that the definition by ETV was positive because they were saying it's a police issue, and superimposing that or contrasting that with what you call company criticism, which had to be dragged out?
Yeah. Well, so
isn't it obvious?
Well, you've asked me what I meant to convey. Correct? So what I meant to convey was, if you look at that string of emails, Mark in particular was concerned about the morale at the mine. He thought it was negative news. So what I was doing was responding to him saying, hey Mark, don't be down. So if you're looking at what I sought to convey, don't have the glass half full, half empty. So Mick Davies has phoned us. You can see from the string of emails here that many other shareholders were conveying their support for us. That was evident there.
Mick Davies.
And look, I was calling his attention to two things that I'd seen on the TV, where the tide seems to be swinging between blaming the company to saying this is now a criminal issue.
Thank you.
That was all I was saying to him.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, that's the whole point that I've been trying to extract from you. But why? Going back to the issue of political pressure, seeing that you were the torchbearer of this particular campaign, why was it necessary for Lonmin to be liaising with the ANC?
I'm not aware that who in Lonmin was liaising with the ANC.
I should be asking you.
Yeah, well, then my answer is I don't know.
Go to page 106.
106.
Doing that, can I ask you a question that relates to something you said a minute ago? I don't quite understand. Mr. Mpofu was suggesting to you that what was happening was PR,
Yes.
summarizing rather boldly. And you said, no, that was regulatory. Now, what exactly did you mean by regulatory? Were you referring to the kind of disclosure requirements that are imposed by the London Stock Exchange?
Yes.
Because Lonmin was a company listed on the London Stock Exchange? And were you referring to something else?
And SENS on the Johannesburg Stock Exchange,
SENS on
we're
the
dual listed.
Yeah.
So
you're
we
saying
have to
you
put
had
out
to
SENS
produce...
announcements and announcements.
Now, I noticed that from page 32, there's a reference to an announcement. It's sent by Verity Portway on behalf of Tanya Chikanza on the 14th, that's Tuesday, at 11:42.
Yes.
And its subject, London PLC, violence at Lonmin operations. Please find attached an announcement regarding serious and ongoing outbreak of violence to operations in South Africa, which was released this morning. And I see that Tanya is described as being of London PLC and a London address is given. So was this announcement that he's talking about, was that intended to be PR, or was this possibly what Mr. Mpofu would call a hybrid? Was it intended to be PR, or was it something that you were virtually required by the conditions of listing and so forth in London and in Johannesburg to regularly send out into the market so that shareholders and analysts and others could know what was going on about this listed share?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the requirement is not regularly, it's continuous disclosure. So if there is something which is material happening within the company that the public should know about, public, primarily meaning the market and shareholders, then we are obligated to make an announcement. So the unprotected strike that started on 9th, 10th, and then went over on to Sunday, we were obligated to make that announcement. You're then obligated to make any further announcements that update the situation if there's been a material change. And so that's what these announcements were. So they're regulatory announcements.
I presume if there was a strike which would impact on production, that would be something that investors and shareholders and so
Yes.
forth are entitled to know about in
Yes.
terms of the rules of the two stock exchanges.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Maybe moving on to the next question, but would you object too vigorously if we took the tea adjournment at this stage?
No, I wouldn't object, Shepherd.
15 minutes.
Thank you.
Industrial relations, you say?
It's investor relations.
Investor relations.
IR here stands for investor relations.
We learn, the nice thing about this commission is you learn something new every day.
I thought that might have caused some confusion, because you then think all of this is sitting under a heading which is industrial relations. So
that's fine.
Okay.
So investor relations incorporates media and public relations, correct?
No, it's just regulatory.
Then why does it say in the second sentence under that IR, press stroke media all over at the mine, blah, blah, blah. Why does it talk about the press and the media if it is not, it doesn't include public media relations?
Well, the press and media were also speculating on this production and what have you, not just the public, the public relations, as you would call it.
No.
So it was the, loss of production, what this means for the platinum industry, all the things that were discussed at MICDET.
No, all I'm saying to you is that heading, whatever it says, incorporates the issue of media and press, as you have put there, correct?
Well, the heading is just, if you're talking about the heading, it's investor relations. No, I'm not talking about
the heading, I'm talking about the content.
That it incorporates press and media, yes, there's a comment there about it.
Thank you.
Jamison, in the light of what you've just said, on page 40, paragraph 1,
yes,
where it says not IR issue.
No,
what is that?
That's industrial relations.
That's industrial
yes,
relations.
Yes.
Because that
it's ambiguous. It can be one or the other.
Correct. It's useful.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. But the one of industrial relations incorporates public and media and press. Yes?
No, I've said that already.
But
in that paragraph, there's a comment about it, but our investor relations department is concerned with investor relations, and Tanya runs the investor relations department. She doesn't run a PR department.
Anyway, to save time, I think, and you.
Look, it is a bit of a... The line between public relations and investor relations is a bit of a faint one. Because obviously, if I was an investor, I held a parcel of Lonmin shares, and I read in the newspapers the ordinary reports about everything was going on at Lonmin, I might either get worried or I might decide to sell my shares. So there's no clear dividing line, surely, between investor relations and public relations.
Yeah,
there must be an overlap to some extent.
Not that I'm aware, but Tanya will be able to qualify that. If we get incoming phone calls and they're about, the issues that you've said, then it would be referred out to the mine, and it would be referred out to the communications department on the mine.
You say the paragraph IR really relates to what Tanya is supposed to be doing.
And that is investor relations, which is really the market, and investors being shareholders. So if it's a shareholder query that comes in, and something related to the regulatory announcements that are required, Tanya deals with it. If not, she refers it on to the communications department in the mine if it's anything else.
Mr. Jamison, I don't want to be too hard on you, but let me just tell you, I have been an executive director like you of a listed company. You know that SENS announcements. Do you know that SENS announcements have to be published in the newspaper?
Yes.
So that's what the chairperson is saying. The line between investor relations and SENS announcements and the public, as it were, is exactly that. That's why those things are not just sent to shareholders, but they're also sent to the newspapers. Do you understand that?
Yes, but not for the purposes of PR, for the purposes of regular announcements.
To the public?
For the purposes of regulatory announcements.
Yes, but part of the regulation, the SENS regulation, says that you issue your SENS announcement to your shareholders, but it must be published in a newspaper.
Yes, so that shareholders can read it.
Only shareholders read it. And the other point is shareholders don't only read, if you look at the Star or Pretoria News, they don't only read the business report part, they read the rest of the paper too,
yes.
Don't they?
I guess you could also add to that potential shareholders. So potential shareholders who haven't yet bought shares should know what's going on in the company.
That's all right, Mr. Johnson. Okay. Now, just to clear out a few points before we go back to what we're talking about. Firstly, in fairness to you, would it be fair to say that insofar as I described earlier, insofar as you triggered what I call the chain of political pressure and so on, you were not doing that personally as Albert Jamieson. You were doing that on behalf of Lonmin, correct? All these communications you were doing them on behalf of Lonmin or in the interest of Lonmin.
Which communication?
Everything we've spoken about.
Well, internal is no, it's not on
the
behalf.
Emails, the pressure, the characterization, what have you?
No.
Were you doing this personally as
personal capacity as a chief commercial officer
of Lonmin?
Yes.
Yes.
And these are internal. The letter to the minister clearly was on behalf of Lonmin. So it was originally going to be signed by Ian, but it was signed by me.
No,
the email to the DG was on behalf of Lonmin.
No, yes. Mr. Jamieson, I'm saying all these activities that you are involved in, captured in emails, letters, what have you, you were doing that not as a man, as yourself, you were doing that as part in the course and scope of your duties as an official of Lonmin, correct?
Well, there's two aspects to your question, so I'm trying to answer both of them. The answer to one is yes, the answer to the other is no.
I think you're actually misunderstanding each other.
Oh, sorry.
As far as external communication is concerned, clearly that you're doing on behalf of Lonmin.
Yes.
You're speaking really on behalf of Lonmin.
Yes.
Right. What you're doing internally in the company, you're not doing necessarily on behalf of Lonmin,
no.
but you're doing it for Lonmin. You're not doing it for your own personal purposes. You are doing them in your capacity, in the course and scope, as it were, of your employment as the commercial manager, or whatever your chief commercial manager was, of Lonmin. That's the point he's making.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson.
Agreed. Sorry.
Yes. And again, for clarity, for the reasons which you have described, which we won't go into, you yourself, you acting as we have just explained, you deliberately chose Mr. Ramaphosa to be the conveyor of the messages and the pressure and so on, correct?
I was asked by Ian Farmer and also by Roger Phillimore to keep him in the loop on anything I thought that I wanted to use my judgment was important that he should know.
Yes, and in your judgment, you picked him up to be the conveyor of the political pressure?
No, in my judgment, I thought that he should be on the loop on some correspondence.
No, I know that. Yes. He was on the loop because he was on the circulation list, but I'm saying you have already agreed that he was to convey the political pressure, but you, in your judgment, identified him as the best conveyor for that political pressure.
Well, he was the only one, because he was the only one speaking to the minister.
He was the only conveyor possible.
He was the only one speaking to the minister who we desperately wanted to talk to.
Yes. The next thing is the communication that was flying around was not confined to executives or non-executives. At this stage, it straddled across those artificial divides. If you look at the circulation list, so you'd have non-executives and the executives being circulated on the same communication, correct?
Roger Phillimore, the chairman, was circulating everything to the non-executives. I think that's evident.
Yes, and Cyril Ramaphosa was
Mr.
also
Ramaphosa is a non-executive.
And a shareholder.
Yes.
And the rest of the people there were executives, yourself, Mukwena, and so on.
We were on the EXCO. The executive directors are Simon and Ian, and there were management involved in that as well. So you saw like Frank Rusabello or A.B. Kotler, Mike DaCosta. They're all just below the EXCO.
Yes, of course. I'm not talking about EXCO. I'm talking about management. I'm saying that the communication was straddling the divides between management and non-executives.
Not unless you can show me specifically.
Okay, well,
the only non-executive I was communicating with was Cyril, but in his capacity as Shanduka and our shareholder. But clearly he was the only one who had access to the minister and could influence her to talk to us.
Oh,
right. So.
And Roger, was he not non-executive?
Roger's the chairman. Yes.
Non-executive chairman.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. But he, at the beginning of the week, don't forget, on the Monday, had actually volunteered himself to become executive. So he had originally said he was going to chair the EXCOs.
So,
similarly, Mohammed Sadat was being brought back, who was a non-executive, but he was going to be be brought back in an executive capacity.
Exactly.
So
that's the point I'm making. That
okay.
When
well,
you're communicating now, you are not respecting those lines. Whether one was an executive or non-executive, the communication was straddling those lines, correct?
Well, the lines got reset because Roger was executive and Mohammed was executive.
Anyway, did you... You see, Minister Shabangu suggested that Mr. Ramaphosa, maybe in the report backs to you, was some of the report backs were untrue and maybe were deliberately embellished to impress you in plural. Did you factor in that some of the report backs you are getting from the political pressure conveyance might have been deliberately embellished or untrue?
Where was that, Mr. Mpofu? Sorry.
Where's what?
Where you said there was the feedback, which
no, the feedback. I'll just pick anything. The feedback was, for example, what I read to you earlier, where he says, "I've met with Susan Shabangu. She has changed her characterization. She's going to take it to cabinet and that kind of thing." That's the feedback, and for which you said thank you, Cyril.
Correct.
Remember that? Yeah.
Yes.
Now, I'm saying, did you factor in that any of that feedback might have been untrue?
No.
No?
No.
So when he said she has changed, well, for example, she said she never changed her characterization, but you believed because the feedback was that she will change her characterization. That was true, correct?
Yes.
That's why you thanked him?
Yes.
You didn't consider that you might be thanking him for some embellishment?
No.
Okay. And she also says that there was no, or rather, the message was not conveyed to the president and Minister Mteto, but according to the feedback, those things had happened, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And you never considered that those might be untrue or false?
No.
And you never considered the possibility that he simply wanted to impress his masters, as Ms. Shabangu alluded, correct?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. All right. So let's go back to the issue of the ANC that we were busy with before the break. On page 31, let's start on page 31. I'm sorry, no. Is it 31? 35, sorry. Paragraph 3 of that letter, of that email from Mr. Ramaphosa says, I will be speaking to Gwede Mantashe, the ANC Secretary General, and suggest that the ANC should intervene. What did you understand by that?
I didn't know what to understand. I was just copied on the email, so. I will be speaking to Gwede Mantashe, the ANC Secretary, and suggest that the ANC should intervene. Don't know.
What's your answer?
I don't know.
You don't know what?
Well, you said, what do I understand by that? I don't understand.
You don't know what you
understand.
Other
than what it says. He's going to ask him to intervene. What he's going to ask him to intervene in, I'm not sure.
All right.
Yeah.
So you don't know. The answer is you don't know.
Don't know.
That's fine. Okay, let's go to page 106. 106, Chairperson. 4.4, let's say feedback and from other stakeholders, and then 4.4 says to consider the extent to which Lonmin should contact Luthuli House and remain in direct contact with them. Yes. What did you understand by that? Or what was meant by that since you were in the meeting?
Sorry, Mr. Chairperson. I just want to draw the Commission's attention to the fact that these are minutes of a meeting the 3rd of September 2012.
Yes.
After the incident on the 15th, on the 16th of August.
Yeah.
So I failed to understand the relevance of this question.
Well, I don't know about the incident, Chairperson. We know that on the 3rd of September, the situation is...
Mr. Mpofu, I would imagine you're entitled to rely on contact with the ANC after the event to support your argument that there may well have been some kind of similar contact before. So I do see the relevance of the question. I'm sorry Mr. Van Ast doesn't, but I disallow the objection case.
Thank you, Chairperson. Please answer the question.
Sorry. I'll just have to read a little bit, refresh my memory, which meeting it was. By this time, we had Natasha Phil-Ewan, which is NV, who was the EVP of processing, had actually been given the portfolio of communications, external communications. So she was asked the question, should we consider talking directly to the ANC in terms of now communications? When I say communications, I now come a lot closer to what you were saying earlier about PR, because by this time I think, memory serves me, we'd engaged Brunswick, who are a PR company, and Natasha was working with Brunswick, who were the PR company. So the question was asked of her, she had this under her responsibility. That's what that refers to.
Okay, before I interrogate that answer, can you, so that I give you the full picture, can you go to page 107?
Yes.
Under matters arising, RP, whoever that is, to speak to Cyril Ramaphosa about the merits of contacting Luthuli House directly.
RP is obviously Mr. Phillimore.
Who is it?
RP is obviously
Roger
Mr.
Phillimore.
Oh, yes, yes. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah.
Yes. Roger Phillimore to speak to Cyril Ramaphosa about the merits of contacting Luthuli House directly. You see that one?
Yes.
And then let's go to page 111. Which is the next meeting. To brief Gwedem, no, 2.7, sorry.
2.7.
Yes.
Yeah.
To brief Gwedem and Tasha face-to-face on the situation post the meeting with the Deputy President. Now,
yes.
I'm just saying, so that I don't have to ask you about each. Obviously, the subject matter of this is contact with the ANC about the situation. What was that in aid of?
Well, as I said, there was consideration given when we retained Brunswick in terms of external stakeholder communications. So ANC were identified by Brunswick as a stakeholder, and then there was a debate on whether we should open lines of communication with them. So if you go for the three, Natasha Phil-Ewan had Brunswick under her responsibility. The second one, I think, was possibly, it sounds like she came back and said, well, we thought about it and think it's a good idea. Roger Phillimore, who was then on the EXCO, as I'd said earlier, he was chairing the EXCO meetings. He had said, perhaps it's prudent for me to speak to Mr. Ramaphosa before we do that, and that's minuted. And then it was MS is Mohammed Sidat. Just by way of background, Lonmin had sponsored where the Rivonia trialists were, Lily's Leaf Farm. We did some work with that. Mohammed was the Deputy President, Khalima Malanti, I think, is the trustee of that. So Mohammed had spoken to him, and there was a decision then that perhaps Gwedi Mantas should be spoken to after that. That's my recollection of the sort of train of events, Mr. Chairman.
Why did you label the people who were at the copy as criminals?
Sorry, which? Is that in this, on page 111?
No. Were you aware of the people at the Hill being labeled as criminals?
Yes, yes.
And you didn't object to that?
No.
So you must have associated yourself with that sentiment. Why did you think they were criminals?
Because, and clearly not all of them, only the ones who may have been involved in criminal activity and had been involved in the killings or the violence or the intimidation.
Well, if you go to paragraph page 24, Mr. Khotle,
yes,
says that said to report that a 10th person has been killed. His body is close to the hill where these criminals meet daily.
Yes.
So that must have meant all the people at the copy.
You'd have to ask Mr. Khotle who he meant.
No.
But what I can say is that the word criminal activity, criminals, was used quite freely on the calls that were occurring at that time, specifically after the 12th.
Did you regard those people as your fellow colleagues?
Yes.
Or just as criminals?
The ones that were peaceful and were protesting peacefully, even though it was an unprotected strike, they're clearly not criminals. Only the people who've indulged in killing, murder, assault, and intimidation, those were the ones that would be labelled criminals.
And who said to you that those people who were involved in those things were at the copy?
It was reported back from the mine on the calls.
By
so
who?
Mark, Frank, A.B., Barnard, Natasha, Rian. I mean, they were all quite clear.
Okay. And while we are on that subject, on page 40. You said that after the worry of contagion with Bapo, can you see where that is?
Yes.
You say police action to detain and resolve the situation today. That's what did that mean?
Mark had reported, but Frank had reported earlier than that. I think that there was going to be a police plan to do exactly what it said here, give an ultimatum to lay down arms. It had been reported on by Frank I think as early as Monday, and then it was reported on by Mark again on Tuesday, and he had then related that that had been postponed and it was now going to be today, being Wednesday. Subsequently got postponed again, but that was what he'd reported at that time.
Okay. When did you hear about the what you politely call the postponement of the killing of the people to Thursday? Of the operation.
Mr. Mpofu, I don't think that's the topic.
The postponement of the operation to Thursday, when did you hear about it?
I can't recall, but it had to be obviously sometime during the course of the 15th.
Yes.
Because it didn't happen on the 15th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the matter was postponed.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the next sentence that says, police have given ultimatum to lay down arms and return to work to 2,000, 3,000, and then you put in quotes, people on the copy. Why did you regard those people as not really people? Why did you punctuate it like that?
Because, again, the reports that were coming from the mine is that if you'd have described them as all as strikers or unprotected strikers, that might not be the correct description, because we were told that there were other people that were there that could be from the local communities or could even be from other companies, i.e. I think Shaft Sinkers was mentioned as one of them. So that's the reason for the inverted commas.
No, fine. Well, to your credit, whatever you meant there, it was better than what Mr. Khotle said about those criminals who meet at the hill daily. I'll give you that much. Finally, Mr. Jamison, I'm going to ask. Thanks. Thank you. Yes, within the next 5 minutes, I'm going to put the final proposition, or rather, yes, let me put it as propositions. You remember that I said to you yesterday that I said to you that your decision that you were party to of not talking to the people was in breach of Lonmin policy. You remember that?
Yes.
Yes. But before that I had said that it was also illogical. Remember?
Yes.
Yes. Now, one of the reasons, and I want your comment, one of the reasons for making it illogical is because from everything that you have discussed and some of the issues put to you by my learned colleague, Ms. Pillay, it was at that stage evident to you as management that the NUM had lost the confidence of the workers and even of its own members, correct?
Yes.
And yet, knowing that that was the situation, really what you were saying to the workers was that you will not listen to them, you'll only listen to them if they speak through the NUM, which they had lost confidence in. That's illogical, isn't it?
Sorry, when just to correct what I said to Ms. Pillay yesterday, she said they had lost confidence, and I said their confidence was waning, I think, is what I actually said.
No, well...
I didn't say it was completely lost, it was waning, is the words I used.
Well, I remember that, yeah. You were wrong.
Yeah.
Just to save time, if you look at page 134, 134.
134.
The trade union scenario document.
Yes.
Talking about NUM.
Yes.
Following you said. NUM seems to have lost touch with their members and their confidence.
Yes.
And that's the point I think Mr. Mpofu is putting.
That's
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Can't object with that. It's written here.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter the degree. I'm just saying, knowing that what the chairperson has just read, 134, the NUM second bullet, NUM seems to have lost touch with their members and their confidence.
Yes.
Knowing that,
Yes.
would you agree, therefore, that it was an illogical demand to put on the workers to say, we will only talk to you via the organization in which we know you have lost confidence and lost touch? Just as a logical thing. Forget about now all these titles that we both hold.
The logicality of it, I don't know, but my answer would be that there are processes which you can go through. They might not be quick, they might not be fast, and they might not get you the answer that you want. But I'm not an IR expert, and when I say IR, I mean industrial relations, not investor relations. The option was open there for anyone who was disgruntled with their representatives that not long ago they had voted for and given mandates to go to either have a grievance, which is the Mike DaCosta route, as I would say it. They could have gone to the CCMA individually or collectively, or they could have withdrawn their mandate by changing their stop orders or cancelling their stop orders, and they could have come and then said, we want worker committees, for example. Now, that takes some time, I'll grant, but that's the democratic and I think legal process that should have been followed.
No,
I'm not an IR expert. So.
Yeah, maybe it's my fault, yeah. I'm saying to you, it's got nothing to do with IR, whichever one of the IRs. I'm saying logically, you cannot say, if us here in this room, if we have lost confidence in an organization, the SPCA, whatever it is, you can't then say you will only talk on our behalf through the SPCA, in which you know that we've lost confidence. That is illogical. It's got nothing to do with labor relations. It's got something to do with logic.
I think I would agree with you.
Thanks.
And add that it would probably have been better to say, go and follow the processes you have at your disposal to rectify the situation. That might have been helpful, I think.
So, in closing then, what I want to say to you is that you, acting on behalf of Lonmin, or for Lonmin, or as we qualified it earlier, you were party to two important events which are possibly causally connected to the deaths of the 44 people. The first one is the decision which you have agreed might have possibly had that effect, which was the no talking decision on the 10th. You accept that?
Yes.
Secondly, you were also, I use the word maybe uncharitably of torchbearer, but you were emphatic. Let's use the word that you and I have agreed on. You were emphatic in the crusade to change the characterization, which was part of what I've called the chain of political pressure, which may also have been causally connected to the deaths of the people. Correct?
I was emphatic on that, yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. I have nothing further to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mpofu. I understand the next cross-examination is going to be on behalf of the LRC. Do you want to use 5 minutes now? Can you think there's a point you can deal with quickly in 5 minutes?
Well, if I have the option, I'd rather start tomorrow, but if I don't have the option, I'll use the 5 minutes.
Well, like if you haven't got a 5 minute point, you can start tomorrow. You've not got a 5 minute point.
Perhaps I should ask a few questions.
Yes. You know, you can introduce yourself and set the scene all the time.
Mr. Jameson, my name is Tembeka Ngugaitobi. I am at the Legal Resources Center. Can I ask you, if I understand the case of Lonmin, about why Lonmin decided to disengage with the RDOs after Mr. Da Costa had started the engagement process? You've just given the answer to Mr. Mpofu, where you say that they did not follow the correct legal processes. I want to suggest to you two possible legal processes. The first is the wage agreement. That was a 2-year wage agreement. Everybody knows about it, between 2011 and 2013. Would you accept that? That was one open avenue.
You're referring to the RDOs
yes.
who approached Mr. Da Costa
yes.
sometime during the course
yes.
of...
Who wanted an adjustment to their wages?
Yes.
Yes,
yeah.
All right. So do you accept that the way in which the wages issue was dealt with was through the wage agreement?
No. It was more dealt with as a grievance.
Yes, no, I'm saying the way Lonmin wanted it to be dealt with was through the wage agreement.
Yes, to refer back to your representatives who are part of the wage, the wage council. So in the case of the RDOs, I think it was NUM.
Yes.
But there were other members of that. UASA, Solidarity were also members of the bargaining unit. And it was across LPD.
Yes.
So they were referred back to them.
Yes. So in other words, you refused to negotiate on the basis that if they wanted discussions about wages, that must happen centrally at the Central Bargaining Forum.
When you say centrally, you mean at Lonmin?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, did you think that your refusal to negotiate, or rather your negotiation, would be in breach of the wage agreement?
No. No, I didn't.
So you didn't believe that if you negotiated with the workers, you would violate the wage agreement?
Yes, sorry, if I got that the wrong way around.
Yes.
If we had negotiated, which we didn't, it would have been in violation of the agreement, yes.
All right. Now, I want to take you through the wage agreement.
Okay, I should caution that I'm not an...
No, Mr. Jameson, you've told me that there would be a breach. I want to take you to the agreement. I don't know why you're anticipating my question.
No, I'm just cautioning that I'm not familiar with the wage agreement.
Sounds as if this cross-examination on this issue may take a bit of time. We're going to take him through the agreement. May I suggest it be sensible at this stage to adopt the suggestion you made earlier. Let him study the wage agreement overnight, and then tomorrow morning you can make the points that you wish to make and we get his responses.
Thank you. The exhibit number is XX 2.9 so that Mr. Jameson can familiarize himself with it.
Yes. I'm sure he knows the terms of the wage agreement. I'm very surprised that he doesn't, but I'm sure he's, notwithstanding that, it's grateful to you for telling him what the exhibit number is. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Sorry, which where have I got it in which bundle?
I suggest you speak to your counsel, and even though you're under cross-examination, there's no objection to them giving it to you. Make sure
we
you
go point him out of the document.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.